sure that whatever that is valuable to you is properly kept, so that as we are having the impact conference, we also don't have impact on our property. So please guard your property with all diligence, so that we will not have cause to make the announcements of the loss of any property. It promises to be a mind-blowing one. It promises to be full of insights. We are going to have a few entertainment here and there, and we are going to be blessed.
As we start, we've already started, but as we proceed, I want us to do something, because when you come for conferences like this, the tendency for you to be very uptight, like, I just came here to mind my business, let me learn and go back, is always.
All right. Hello, 1, 2.
Wait. All right, good.
All right.
I'm back up. The tendency for you to be uptight, minding your business, or sitting with someone you already know is very high. So we're going to ask you to do something. And I say that networking has changed my life greatly. There's something that okay.
Say it.
There's a show that I hosted last year. And the person who recommended me for that show was my school daughter in university. So sometimes when we want to network, you're probably waiting for, I'm waiting for Inya Boyeji, I'm waiting for Funke Bokno, I'm waiting for the big names. Actually, why don't you start networking now? You don't know who is sitting next to you, or from across from you. You don't know who is sitting behind you. That might be your next business partner. That might be the person who has access into a room and can actually mention your name. On that note, we're asking you to please get up and connect across the room. Connect with everyone, anyone that you please. Even if, you never know, if you're single, your life partner might be here. What God cannot do does not exist, so you never know. You guys are still sitting down. I said my school daughter in
Feel
university
free to say hello to somebody.
What millions of naira. Maybe I should tell you that part of it.
Some people have decided that they will not say anything to anybody today. Say hello to her. She's a good Christian.
Ask their names, what they do. You never know. I know that we're always trying to connect upwards. Connect sidewards, connect across. You never know at all. You can't even tell who is sitting next to you and what, maybe after this conference now, they will just blow.
Some people have their permanent seat.
And I sat next to her. I should have asked for her name. We don't want you to look back and be wishing that you connected with someone when you have this on a platter of gold. So connect with that person now, exchange contacts, find out something interesting about them, and then
when is your birthday? What secondary school did you attend? What do you do at the moment? Feel free. Some people have said it to themselves, I will not stand up. If nobody comes to meet me, that's fine. Stand up, sir. You can do it.
Stand up, ma'am. You can do it. Make sure you're connecting.
Yes. After this exercise, possibly during the course of this event, we are going to ask of who you met, and you tell us 5 things about the person. So please feel free to meet somebody new. Say hello. Tell the person your name, your name and everything that has to do with it. Yes, Moji Damola is my name. Master of Ceremonies. I'm a stand-up comedian. And so on and so forth.
Let's have it.
And so on and so forth. I know you.
And I think this is also a good time to craft your elevator pitch. If you don't have it, now is a good time to just think of 3 top sentences you can always use to introduce yourself to anyone that you meet. So it's not only when you meet Dangote, you drop your elevator pitch. Even your friends here, new connections. You want to go back, after today and collaborate. Your co-founder might be here.
Yes.
So don't think of, it's when I go to the other conference. You're right here. Yes. You have access to I'm sure over 200 persons here. Why are you not connecting, asking the right questions, collaborating, just meeting new people, and you never know what may come out of this networking session that we have imposed on you. Yes, we imposed it because it's very necessary.
It is very, very necessary, absolutely. So please, feel free to meet somebody, say hi to the person, and get to know a bit about the person. If they ask you, what do? You say, I can do all things through Christ. Yes, just ask. All right. So we have about less than a minute to wrap this up. Building businesses, blessing nations, and building the change that we want to see. Wonderful.
Okay, I love the energy in the room. People are still discussing.
If you have met somebody already, can we see your hands in the air? You know you have met somebody new, not somebody you see every Sunday. Some people.
Okay,
all right.
Great.
Thank you.
All right, let's return to our seats. We still have more room for networking.
Thank you very much.
At different points during the course of this conference. But
thank
thank you for obliging. And I'm sure that you have met someone who will impact your life some way, somehow,
yes.
Either today, tomorrow, or in the very near future.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's get seated very quickly. We need to move on to the next item on the program. Again, it is our utmost pleasure to warmly and very specially welcome you to the Impact Conference 2024. We do hope that at the end of this conference, your life will truly be impacted and you'll start to build the change that you want to see, and you would also be the change. So you will build it and you will be that change that you truly want to see. Now, you may be asking, okay, well, the compares have done a good job laying the foundation, but we have something that will do a better job to tell us why exactly we are here. So if you would please indulge us, kindly focus your attention to the multimedia screen as we show you a video that speaks to why we are here.
So ladies and gentlemen, please just focus on the screen and get to know more. Thank you.
Good day, esteemed visionaries, captains of industries, kings and queens. It is with great honor that the Global Impact Business Community welcomes you to the maiden edition of the Impact Conference. Your presence here is no coincidence. You are here because you are special, because you hold a pivotal role in shaping the future of Nigeria and Africa, starting today and echoing far beyond 2025. We gather at a defining moment in history, a crossroad for our continent. What Africa needs most isn't just more resources or policies. It needs bold and purpose-driven love beings who are ready to illuminate every sphere of life: education, family, economy, governance, arts, entertainment, and more. At the Global Impact Business Community, we are driven by an unshakable belief. A little one shall become 1,000, and a small one a greater nation. This is more than a vision. It is our mission. We exist to empower entrepreneurs like you to connect, learn, and access the tools needed to transform not only your businesses, but also your communities and the world around you. The theme of today's conference, Build the Change You Want to See, reflects our conviction that transformation begins with us, each of us. This is about more than just building profitable businesses, although that is vital. This is about creating legacies that transcends generations and bless nations. Throughout this conference, you will be equipped, inspired, and challenged towards the change you envisioned. This is your moment to rise, to lead, and to leave a mark that cannot be erased. To every entrepreneur here today, know this: you carry within you a light powerful enough to ignite change in lives, community, and entire industries. Greatness is not about the light shining on you. It is about the light shining from you. Let that light shine unapologetically. As you engage today, we urge you to focus on 3 things. 1. Connect. Build relationships that will amplify your impact. 2. Learn. Absorb the insight that will take you and your vision to the next level. 3. Access. Tap into the resources and opportunities available to make your dreams a reality. Together, let us build the change we want to see in Africa and the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're excited about the Impact Conference 2024, can you put your hands together for yourselves? Thank you. Thank you. All right, so, Moji, we are about to do something very quickly. And we know that you met a number of people today. Some people decided not to meet anybody. It's fine. But if you did,
no,
it's
okay.
No, it's
not fine, Damola. Why did you not meet someone?
Well,
who have you met?
Some people. Who have I met?
Yes, you were on stage, okay.
I met you.
I
met everybody by greeting them this morning. Yes. So there is this small activity that we want to do. I'm going to start with Moji, and then she will.
As your lab rat.
As a what?
Lab rat.
Lab rat. It's fine. So we are going to do this. After I've tried it with her, she'll try it with me. Then we'll now try it with everybody, so that you can see how it works. So I'm going to be asking Moji general questions about anything and everything. And during the course of our interaction, she has to avoid the following intentionally, very deliberately. I'm going to be asking her general questions about anything, and while she's answering me, Moji, please don't say yes when you're answering me. Don't say no. Don't say eh. Don't say eh. Don't say of course. Don't say yeah. And you must answer me compulsorily, verbally, and in the English language. It's very simple.
I'm a Yoruba girl. What if I speak Yoruba?
No, you have to speak English.
No.
Because of those that cannot speak Yoruba here. All right, so are you ready?
Absolutely.
All right. How are you today?
I'm very well.
This is going to last for 60 seconds per person. How are you doing?
I'm very well, Damola.
What's your name again?
Mojibade Shosonya.
Your name is what?
Mojibade Shosonya.
Shosonya.
That's correct.
Shosonya is your surname.
That's correct.
Mojibade.
You are right.
Shosonya.
You are very correct.
You are Ijebu?
I'm from Ijebu.
You are Ijebu?
I'm from Ijebu Igbo.
Ijebu Igbo?
That's where I'm from.
That's where you are from?
Yes, you are.
Yes, that's where she's from. That's where she's from. She's so passionate. She's so passionate about her hometown.
I'm very passionate about this game. You cannot win. No, I'm not going to let Damola win.
Let's try now.
We're going to do it again.
Let's try.
Is this iPad? Let me drop it.
Okay.
It's distracting me.
Okay, let's continue our conversation. So you say you are from Ijebu Igbo?
I'm from Ijebu Igbo.
All right. You live in Lagos?
I live in Lagos State.
Lagos State?
The center of excellence.
That's where you stay?
That's where I stay.
The land of aquatic splendor?
That's where I stay. Damola.
That's where you stay?
You are very correct.
You stay on the mainland?
I stay on the island.
On the island?
That's where I stay.
You live on the island?
Lekki Phase 1.
So you came from Lekki to this place?
I didn't come from Lekki.
Okay, you came from the airport?
I came from the airport.
So you traveled all the way to this place?
I traveled here. It was about 12 minutes from the airport.
12 minutes?
12 minutes.
12 minutes from the airport?
12 minutes, 42 seconds, roughly.
You are at the Impact Conference?
I'm at the Impact Conference as the compare.
Just say yes now.
I'm not saying, I told you people it was that iPad.
Put
After
your
I
hands
dropped the
together
iPad
for
and I
her.
held
That
my
was
waist,
beautiful.
I was ready for him.
That was beautiful. So you don't need to test run it on me anymore since you have done it twice.
Should we test run it on? No, but the challenge is, Damola is the master of this game. So I don't want to embarrass myself because he will fall my hand. We will be here for 20 hours. Damola will not give up.
The way I will say yes, you'll be surprised. All right, let's start.
Wish me well, guys.
I wish myself success.
Good morning, Damola.
Good morning, Moji.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
I like your suit.
Thank you.
You're already angry, saying that thank you. Damola, how long have you been in the talk service industry?
About 12 years professionally.
12 years?
12 years.
You mean 2 years?
Okay.
Thank you. See, you guys, I'm renting.
You see, you people, I've not even started.
Hold on. I'm renting this entire audience to my next event. You guys are I love you. I love you. Thank you. Damola, see, I have my next audience. So you people are
monitoring me from every little detail. I serve a God that will fight for me. All right. So who is ready to do this for 60 seconds? Anybody?
Who wants to try?
You want to try? Anybody? Some people are saying if I raise up my hand now, and the first thing I say is, yes, I want to try. Who? Anybody?
You want to try? It's not that hard.
It's not difficult at all. Anybody?
Who wants to try? Should we come into the audience and pick anyone that I like?
Okay, we have a gentleman here.
Who? Okay.
This is him. Yes.
I like it. Give him a round of applause.
Please,
Give him a
can you
round
come
of applause.
forward? I wish you success. He's very serious. He's a serious-minded man.
Please take center position. What's your name, sir?
Micah.
Micah. Namola, you're going to moderate this session.
All right. I wish you well. Please help him hold the mic.
Okay.
How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you.
You know the rules. Don't say yes, don't say no. Of course, yeah. You must answer compulsorily, verbally, and in the English language. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Your name is Micah.
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 Udogo Micah.
Udo what?
Udogo.
Udogo.
Micah.
Micah. You
Sure.
speak Igbo?
I do.
You do?
I speak Igbo.
Are you from Abia State?
You are a prophet.
You are from Abia?
I am.
You are?
I am.
So you speak Igbo well?
Very well.
Are you a business owner?
I aspire to be.
You aspire to be?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes. He aspires to be a business owner. If there is anything that brought him here, it's because he aspires to be a business owner.
Anyone feeling it like, okay, I can beat Micah to this? Is there anyone? Where my lady? Okay, come.
All right,
come,
we have a gentleman there.
This one, he has two-factor authentication,
I'm
face
telling you, you
cap
can
and
see-
shades.
Yes.
So you cannot get him. Sir, please come forward.
Yes. I wish you success. You know the rules. Don't say yes, don't say no, don't say of course, yeah.
Yes.
And you must answer
Namola,
me.
he wants to cover his eyes so he does not see
No,
you.
cover. In
Eyeball
fact,
to
I will not
eyeball.
look at you. I will back you so that I'm not
What's
having.
your name, sir?
I'm Chijoke.
Chijoke.
I am.
We have not started. Calm down.
He said, I am.
I am that is Chijoke, not I am that I am.
Hey.
My name is Chijoke.
All right, Chijioke, are you ready?
I am.
You know the rules. Don't say yes, don't say no. Of course, yeah. And you must answer compulsorily, verbally, and in the English language. How are you today, Chijioke?
I'm fine.
You are fine.
I am.
You are.
I am.
You are fine.
I am.
Are you a business owner?
I am.
What's all this? You say you are a business owner.
I am.
What business do you run?
I'm a business developer.
You're a business developer.
I am.
You're also from Abia State.
I am.
Are you married?
I am.
All right, so as we were saying, do you watch football?
Come again, please.
Do you watch football?
No, I don't.
No, you don't. Is that no that he said? That he said it from the bottom of his heart?
Maybe if you
No,
watch
I
football.
don't. He wanted to say, I amn't watching football. I amn't.
Are you coming up? We have a lady. Ooh, sorry, let me just get the lady. Make some noise for our first female. Now I'm biased.
I amn't. Oh. Can we make her feel welcome with a round of applause?
I'm sure that Chijoke's favorite name for God is the I am that
I am that I am.
So he came to show us today. Please take center.
Ma,
stage.
you get this right.
No, you don't have to. Damola, why are you intimidating my
Okay, I'm
people?
going to stand here. I'm not even going to look
Yes,
at anybody.
just back us, please.
Yeah, so I'm going to stand here. All right. Now, Ma, because you are the first lady to come forward, if you can do this successfully for 60 seconds, you'll be winning for yourself a gift, and that gift is going to be a brand new round of applause. We are going to clap. We'll clap for you. All right, are you ready? Are you ready, ma'am?
Please, just take a deep breath in and out.
Oh, my
You
God.
got this. What's your name, ma'am?
My name is Shadi Adewumi.
Shade Adewumi.
Okay.
Said I am.
All right, Shadi Adewumi, you know the rules of the game. Don't say yes, don't say no. Of course, yeah. You must answer compulsorily, verbally, and in the English language. Are you ready?
I am.
Oh.
Do you want to play this game?
I want to.
Okay. All right, are you from Ijebu Igbo?
I'm not.
Where are you from?
Emurekiti of Zion.
Imure Ekiti of
Zion.
Zion. It's
That is
beside
it.
Imure Ekiti.
In Zion.
It is in Zion.
It is in Zion.
Imure Ekiti is in Zion.
It is in Zion.
The same Imure Ekiti
It is always in Zion.
is always in Zion, right? It's always in Zion.
Always in Zion.
Have you been there before?
I have been there before.
Have you gone there this year?
I have not gone there this year.
But you go very often.
I don't go very often.
But that's your hometown.
That is my hometown.
Do you live there?
I don't live there.
You live in Lagos?
I live in Lagos.
And you are here for the Impact Conference?
I am certainly here for the Impact Conference.
What are your expectations today?
I expect to be impacted, to receive knowledge, to receive
You expect to be
inspiration,
impacted?
and to move forward.
And to move forward?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. And to move forward. She is so passionate about moving forward, although she's moving to her, but she's moving forward.
Ramola,
She's
you are
from
not nice.
Imurekiti. Do you know? She now said it is in Zion. It's starting around back to Zion. Mount Zion. Oh, well, there are many mountains in that environment, so it's okay. All right. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, the last question I asked our last participant was what our expectations are. And so we are going to confirm at this time what the expectations of everybody is today. So, Moji, where do we start from to confirm the expectations of people?
This side of the room has been a bit quiet.
They've been quiet
so
since morning.
let me come to this side.
Yes.
Hello, ma'am. I like your smile. I'm sure you knew I was coming to you. Good morning.
Good morning.
What are your expectations from the Impact Conference 2024? You may please rise and tell us your name and what you do and your expectations.
My name is Yemisi Morakio. I'm a supply chain professional, and I'm also part of an executive for a financial institution. I've never really been a business person, but I realized that as I grow older, I'm getting to that point that I want to leave the professional space where I do 9 to 5. I want to move into something different. So I've come here to learn. I've come here to be transformed and to be better than where I was. Thank you.
Thank you very
Wonderful.
much. Please give her a round of applause.
Very brilliant.
Thank you. I think I now understand why this side has been quiet. They are taking it all in, soaking it in.
They are very...
They're already in the spirit.
Yes. We are moving towards this direction. Some people are praying, Father, don't let him see me. I can see you. All right, so what are your expectations? Let me ask somebody from this direction. Anybody? Anybody that would like to share? Sir, I like the way you look very serious. How are you?
I'm fine.
Compliment of this season is the amateur. Okay, yes. So what are your expectations today?
Okay, basically my expectation is towards the business line. I've also been majorly into tech, so it's now to transition tech into business and how it brings impact to the business world.
Beautiful. What's your name, please?
Eric Akinyelure.
Eric Akinyelure. Wow, that sounds like someone from Ondo State. Am I correct? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. All right, Moji, do we have anybody from your direction?
Let's take someone. No, I've taken someone from here. We can take. Is there anyone who willingly wants to share their expectations from the Impact Conference without giving you the microphone or putting you on the spot? Anyone who wants to just willingly share what they came here with, what you were expecting when you left your house, when you left your homes, the comfort of your beds this Saturday morning, because I love my beds on Saturdays. So is there anyone who wants to share without?
All right,
Okay,
we
great.
have a lady.
We have a lady at the back.
We have a lady. Let me go and meet her. Okay. Somoji, ask.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Falasha Joladuko. The reason
So
why
many
I'm here-
Shades here for some reason. It's like the third.
Yeah, my reason for being here is that I'm actually about making a decision in terms of, what to do with money, and I just need like a clear-cut decision. So my brother, Benjamin Oladuko, invited me here. Thank you.
Wonderful. She's trying to make a decision about money. Yes, you are in the right place. You are in the right place. All right. Any other? Okay, we have somebody's hand there. Wow. Moji, I will not want to stress you. Let me run towards that direction. Let me run. Yes. All right, please. Thank you. Moji, please ask her the question you want to ask her.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us today. Tell us your name, what you do, and what your expectations from the Impact Conference 2024 is or are.
All right, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Peace. I'm a business owner. I'm into bag making, produce bags and other accessories. I'm here solely for scaling. I want to scale my business, so I want to learn what steps to take, the necessary steps to take to scale the business, the things I need to put in place before I scale the business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I saw one hand again somewhere, some in
So
the
we
middle.
can take 1, 2 more. Okay, there's
two
one
more,
here
yeah.
and then one over there.
All right, thank you. My name is Adetoyimbo Joshua. I'm a
Nice.
music business owner.
You are a music business owner.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
So, been officially in business for 2 years now, and we're at that phase where we've met a target for the first phase and want to upscale into the next. But it requires some level of risk and high level of investment. So I have come here today to learn how to meet investors and how to maybe scout for them.
You are in the right place. Come please put our hands together for people who have expectations, oh, very constructed and constructive expectations. Any other one? A
Can I
final
take
one.
1 or 2 more?
right.
Okay, yes.
All right. So you
And
tell
I
us-
love that people are not just being comfortable by, just saying, oh, well, I'm already an entrepreneur, I know what to do. You must yearn for more knowledge at every phase of your life. Hello, ma'am.
Hi, good
Good
morning.
morning. Again, you tell us your name, what you do, and what your expectations are.
My name is Frances Ogbemudia, and I'm a customer success analyst. I help my company lead product-led conversations and product-led retention for our customers. And my expectation for the conference recently, I've been nominated for a higher position at my place of work, and everybody seems to believe I can do it, except me. And I'd like to hear more from the industry leaders we'll be having today to learn how to navigate the business space and pick 1 or 2 things that will help me excel in my next role.
Incredible. And I really like that she was vulnerable enough to share that because, I know that we have a cross-section of entrepreneurs, career professionals, and students, or what have you here. And sometimes we deal with imposter syndrome. Now, we'll probably be hearing from our speakers how they've been in similar shoes where you thought, I'm not good enough for this role. Why is everyone nominating me? Or why do people see what I can't see? And so we'll learn from them about how to overcome such challenges where you think that you're not good enough, when in actual fact, you are good enough and you are the real deal. Okay.
All right. We have one here.
Good morning. My name is Deborah. So I'm a real estate officer and a bespoke fashion designer. So I want to venture into made-to-order dresses for females. I'm here to learn how to go about it, starting up that business.
Beautiful. It's a beautiful space to be. Those that are in the fashion line.
Ladies and gentlemen, guess who's in the building? Timmy Dakolo.
Timmy Dakolo is here, ladies and gentlemen. And in a couple of minutes, he's going to come up to bless us with a beautiful song. Ladies and gentlemen, songs, yes, songs. He will not just do one.
If you love Timmy Dakolo, make some noise.
Make some noise.
Anytime I hear Timmy's voice, I have hope. Even if I'm having a bad day, my day automatically changes.
Yes, sir.
Even if my account balance is low, once Timmy sings, my account balance rises.
I'm telling you. How
The
many
last
of you?
time Timmy sang, the dollar to Naira was shaking. Naira was like, I got this. Timmy just sang, Naira rose.
You just say,
Today
yeah,
when he
we
sings
are.
again, Naira is going to rise. Are we ready?
Ladies and gentlemen, he's one of Nigeria's biggest, he's one of Nigeria's finest voices, one of Africa's biggest exports to the world. Ladies and gentlemen, his songs are inspiring, his songs are impactful, and his songs are mind-blowing.
The leader of the Yard people.
And
We're truly honored to have him here today. If you love Timmy Dakolo, one more time, make some noise. Let's allow him settle down. We have,
We still have.
Embarrassed him a bit by just teasing him, but we're really blessed by Timmy. Timmy's voice is one of the finest.
One of the finest ever.
Silkiest, smoothest as I've ever heard in my life.
I'm telling you. Amoji, I was thinking recently, I was thinking that, I was looking at how great and mighty God is. God is so great and mighty to the extent that he blessed humanity with nature. You know, he blessed us with sunshine, rainfall, seasons. He blessed us with moonlight, stars. He even blessed us with weather, right? He blessed us with the atmosphere. Inside the atmosphere, you can see oxygen. You can see carbon dioxide. You can see different gases, right? And inside the same atmosphere.
Wait, what course did you study?
We shall thank God for everything. Inside the atmosphere, he now gave us fresh air. Free, right? In his benevolence and magnanimity, he gave us all these things. But in his wisdom, he took the control of all these things from man. Because he knows that the heart of man can be desperately wicked. Imagine, Moji, that somebody here can control weather or rainfall or sunshine. You just wait for somebody that offended you. On the day the person has interview at US visa office, only on his street there will be flood. No rain. Where did the water come from? He cannot explain.
No, if it's my own ex's, well, I'm Christian, if I was not, if it's my ex's wedding, rain will fall in. Nobody can move.
Now your own is that rain. Some people will had hailstone and thunderstorm. Or imagine sunshine is based on affordability. You know, some parts of this Lagos will not have sun. They will not share everybody into band A, band B, band C, band D. Some people will have sun for 3 hours. Some people will have sun for 2 hours. Some people will never have sun at all. But the worst of all, fresh air, if it's based on affordability, there will now be placard. People will be protesting in some areas because there will not be breeze. Just here, don't restrict our airflow. Another person will carry placard. Let the poor.
Boy. I didn't say it, so you guys said it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes, we are going to have the legendary Timmy D.
He's ready. Make some impact noise as we bring up on stage the global Timmy D.
Can you make some noise?
Stop whining me. Two of you again. Nigeria is a blessed country, you know, right? We haven't gotten it yet, but we're blessed people. Yep, I'm ready. Is that 4 seconds of waiting? That's 2. Can you give me more volume, please? As a people with one song and one voice, we're a nation undivided and poised. We will take a stand and build our land in faith to defend what is ours. See, here we are as a people with one heart and for one cause. We're determined to rebuild and restore. Where freedom rights and the roots reveals. Where there's hope for us all. Said our land where there's hope for you and I. We will defend our land. We believe in this nation, and we know we'll get there. We'll defend our land. We believe in Nigeria and the promise she holds, and that one day we'll shine like the sun. We're a great nation. Though we are many people, different tribes and different tongues, we're united in our strength and resolve. For generations to come, said, and for generations to come. We'll defend our land. We believe in this nation, and we know we'll get there. We'll defend our land. We believe in Nigeria and the promise she holds, and that one day we'll shine like the sun. We're a great nation. We'll defend our land. We believe in this nation, and we know we'll get there. Can somebody say, we'll defend? So we believe in Nigeria and the promise she holds, and that one day we will shine like the sun. From the north, south, east, and west, we are all we have. We'll defend. We believe in this nation, and we'll know we'll get there someday. We are we'll defend. We believe in Nigeria and the promise she holds, and that one day we will shine like the sun. What a great people. Thank you. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. So I pack my bags. I'm leaving town. I bought a one-way ticket. I'm not coming back. So goodbye, friends, and goodbye, foes. I'm heading for the city, and that's my home. I said goodbye, mama. Please don't cry. I can't stay like this. Don't ask me why. I've got no money, just hopes and dreams. I'm gonna find my destiny. See, I had a bad life in the city. See, that's where all dreams come true. I'm gonna work hard when I get there. So wish me well. Wish me well. Have a wonderful day.
I don't think that applause is befitting for the powerful voice we just heard.
Powerful.
You know, there's one thing to sing, and then there's another thing to sing passionately.
Honestly.
Please give Timmy D a resounding round of applause.
Yes.
You know, every time Timmy sings Great Nation, I just think in my head, how is that not our national anthem? But until we are able to answer that question, please give Timmy D another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Indeed, that song inspires hope. It inspires confidence and belief in our dear country, Nigeria, that no matter the situation of things, no matter how things may look at the moment, we are very optimistic that eventually Nigeria's future is bright and rewarding. And we will be beneficiaries of the great Nigeria that we envision.
Amen.
If you believe in that, can you put your hands together for yourselves? Thank you.
We would like to very specially acknowledge and recognize the global lead pastor of the Global Impact Church, Pastor Yemi Davids. Give him a resounding applause. A great man of God.
An impactful teacher of the word, a man full of wisdom, and a man of great grace. Can we celebrate him one more time? Thank you. We celebrate you, sir. We celebrate you.
Some of our speakers are here. I see Kenneth Hill. Please give her a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We're looking forward to an amazing, impactful session. The Inya Boyeji just walked in, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a round of applause.
You're welcome, sir. You're very welcome. We also have Coach Nancy Nadi. Thank you very much for joining us.
Mr. Gbenga Omolokun, a round of applause.
Thank you so very much for joining us.
For being here.
Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes, we are going to listen to our global lead pastor. Is going to come forward very soon. Momuji, you know, I celebrate women all the time.
You haven't celebrated me today.
Muji, I've done that. So, when you arrived.
Okay, but
when you arrive. Okay,
let
me celebrate you publicly.
Not just private.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very honored to be working closely with one of Nigeria's biggest, one of Nigeria's finest, one of one of Nigeria's very impactful masters of ceremonies. Her style and approach.
I'm shy.
Her style and approach to the job will just get your attention. She has an enchanting way of introducing people.
Okay, Damola, you were talking about celebrating women. It's okay.
I celebrate Mojibade Show Sonia. Please put your hands together for her.
Thank you, Damola.
Sincerely, I celebrate women, and I celebrate them for so many reasons. You know, and I came to a conclusion after a moment of critical thought that women are powerful people. Imagine as a man, you are driving a car on one of the roads in Lagos. And as you were cruising quietly, suddenly you heard dosa from behind of your car. As a man, you will come out and you will react. See what you have done. You will pay for this. It is because the person that hit you is a man like yourself. Let's assume you are driving that same car. And as you are cruising on Lagos, that same road, suddenly you heard dosa. By the time you came out to react, what is this? A beautiful lady just comes out of the car that hit you and she's like, oh my God, I'm sorry. As a man, you say, no. It can happen to anybody. It's one of those things. I just came to check if you are fine. Are you okay? God will honor you. My insurance company will fix it. It's fine. I'll fix it. You know, I celebrate women a lot because of your great impact in society. And I'm very sure that during the course of today's event, we are going to listen to our speakers, gentlemen and ladies that are going to speak life into our businesses, into the aspirations that we have. And I'm very sure that our expectations are going to be met. Of course, you have listened to the various expectations of our participants today, and we are confident that our speakers will speak to those issues and everything is going to be beautiful.
Indeed. Now, as we move on, ladies and gentlemen, we have a video that tells us more about the impact story. So again, we'd like to crave your indulgence. So please focus your attention on the multimedia screen as we show you this video. Thank you.
Sit back and enjoy this. Thank you.
So we just had like a few customers, and we're still trying to understand our target audience and really build a system around what we do itself.
We have been pushing this project for like last year November, and it has been a struggle between each other. We have no consultant to like put us through. We thought maybe at the moment we need just funding only for our tech product, but it has been helter-skelter of it.
I'm into clothing. I do what I wear. Anything you see on me, that's what I make. I've been struggling with getting more customers and doing some adverts online.
I'm into logistics and cleaning services. We have been into this business for like 3 to 5 years now. Because I can quickly remember there was a time we have been struggling to raise a capital for the business, and we had a little challenge of payment.
Before GIBC, we just created a department in my company because what we do primarily is to offer breakdown cover to private car owners in Lagos. So we just did that, a few months before coming to GIBC.
Yeah, I was in church on that fateful day. It was announced, and that was like the first conference for the Global Impact Business Community is happening on that very fateful day, which is to be on Saturday.
It was announced, I think, sometime in early August on a Sunday, and we're supposed to have a launch for Global Impact Business Community on the next Saturday, and that was how I was able to attend.
It was during the announcement, and I approached the leader. He was glad to even have me to be part of the platform.
I was in church that day when Pastor announced, because I am a member of Global Impact Church, and Pastor announced that they are trying to form a community of business, owners, business enthusiasts in the church, and I applied.
I walked through the whole week, and I was even tired.
On that fateful day, I got in, then I sat down on the round table, I think the second row to the round table. It was announced that we should write out our names for the raffle.
I wrote my name, my business name, my phone number, my email, everything. I just put it there because I thought maybe they are going to select winner later.
I think, yes, the first basket was announced. My name wasn't mentioned.
One of the baskets, my name was picked for free consultants.
Yes, and I got the consulting gift.
Then the second basket, that was one of the one I put my name in, and my name was announced. And I was like, I'm going to be consultant I need now, money I need.
Have the opportunity to win the ₦1 million loan grant. And it has really been helpful for the business.
Although something was telling me that we have a lot of people here, just spread it across, just spread your seed. But let me just go with this. As God will have it, I think it was ID Kabasa that picked, my name inside the last basket, which is the $1,000 grant.
If we receive funding, then we'll have wasted the money. But now that through the consultation, I could be able to get myself better. We'll be able to set up the business very well. And yes, now we are good to go for the funding.
during the consulting session with Mr. Azuka, who was the marketing consultant that I spoke to, he helped me see clearly.
In fact, where did you...
Yemi Davis is the founding pastor of the Global Impact Ministries, a dynamic and thriving church with headquarters at the Goodland and multiple branches across Nigeria, the UK, USA, and Canada. He was recently appointed as the chairman of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, PFN, Lagos chapter. Yemi Davis is a highly sought-after speaker, recognized for his practical teachings on divine wisdom of life. Pastor Yemi also convenes the annual Recharge Conference, a global media meeting designed to inspire and empower attendees from all over the world. He founded the Ministers and Leaders Forum, MLF, which has trained over 8,000 leaders in the past 9 years. Pastor Yemi Davis holds extensive qualifications from Obafemi Awolowo University, the Word of Faith Bible Institute, WOFI, Daystar Leadership Academy, and the Institute of Leadership and Management, United Kingdom, among others. Yemi Davis is married to Pastor Bimbo, and they live in Lagos with their 4 wonderful daughters. With a standing ovation, let's welcome Pastor Yemi Davis
to the Impact Conference 2024.
Amen. Good morning, everybody. Glad to be here. This is the first edition, right? So this is 1.0. Okay, so let's put our hands together for the team that had been working, the GIBC guys. Well done and well done. You may please have your seat. Actually, we would have loved to just sit and learn. Okay, I have a passion to see the right people on the spheres of influence, the various, we call it mountains of influence: media, fashion, entertainment, governance, business and economy, education, religion, of course. I believe with the right people governing those mountains, our society will be different. One of the challenges we have in Africa today is the spread of churches, and yet it appears it's not influencing the society. It appears it's not impacting the way things are done in our government, in businesses, and the way the society seems to be showing off in that sense. So, and I told our business leaders, we have to take responsibility. I've said it severally, that instead of cursing the darkness, it's better to light a candle. So I believe we are here to be impacted, not just for ourselves, but to become agents of impact. I believe that God is raising a new army of people that will blaze the trail, that will govern those mountains, regardless of your sphere of influence. And I believe this conference is that place where you'll be gingered, you'll be equipped with the right exposure, information, networking, that would make the difference. And I'm glad that it's happening in November. Some way, somehow, it helps you and I to prepare for the new year. So you want to throw yourself ahead, next year, 12 months. But beyond the next 12 months, maybe 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, and see possibilities. So I'm glad to have us, and I pray that at the end of the conference tomorrow, you that we are seeing now would have been completely transformed in Jesus' mighty name. I have a few slides I want to just run with for some few moments. I believe it will be a blessing to us. God is raising a fresh army of people, the rising of a fresh army of great men and women.
And life is always releasing fresh ideas, fresh enterprises, and fresh impact. Now, if you can help me go to the poem. There's this poem that encourages me virtually every year, and I believe it will encourage someone this morning. It's talking about the fact that something new is always happening. The world is ever young. Ideas will always come. Products and services will emerge. Regardless of what had happened in the past decade, centuries, God is always doing something new. Okay. The chances have just begun. With doubt and dismay, you are smitten. You think there is no chance for you, son. Why? The best books haven't been written. The best race hasn't been run. The best score hasn't been made yet. The best song hasn't been sung. The best tune hasn't been played yet. Cheer up, the world is young. The next. No chance. Why? The world is just eager for things that you ought to create. Still meager. Its needs are incessant and great. It yearns for more power and beauty, more laughter, love, and romance, more loyalty, labor, and duty. No chance. Why? There is nothing but chance. For the best verse hasn't been rhymed yet. The best house hasn't been planned. The highest peak hasn't been climbed yet. The mightiest river aren't spanned. Don't worry and fret, faint-hearted. The chances have just begun. For the best jobs haven't been started. The best work hasn't been done. It's an encouragement to us, just as we have Jesus in Cana of Galilee. When the wine finished in a party, it was a wedding ceremony, and they were clamoring, no more celebration. Wine is out. But Jesus was in that ceremony. And guess what? By the time he was done with them, the chairman of the occasion said, wow, you have reserved the best wine for the end of the party. So when I saw that several years ago, I came out with a statement. The best of God is never in the past. No matter what ideas we have seen in technology, in governance, in business, in manufacturing, in the various spheres of influence, the best of God is never in the past. Maybe you want to personalize it to that the best of your story is never in the past. Some new things are coming up, new ideas, fresh impact, fresh monies are coming. And I believe that as we run through this conference, the newness will be, our newness will find expression, especially as we trust God for development in Africa. Let me tidy it up a bit like this. Adversity and obstacles are major signals that there's a need for new solutions. I see people in our country, especially for those watching from any part of the world. We are broadcasting from Lagos, Nigeria, and I've traversed some African nations. I see a lot of Africans complain, oh, government is bad. Oh, look at this. Oh, the environment is not, encouraging. It's not enabling us to do well. But I want us to shift in our mindset that when you see adversity or when you see obstacles, they are signals that we need new solutions, new products, new services. So maybe the way our countries are in signals possibilities for everyone that thinks in that dimension. That when you have problems, then those with solutions will be the one that will lead. That mindset, we need it. We need it in our nation. So when you see adversity, even in your life, see it as an opportunity to provide solution and answers. Our major model is the man called Joseph. I love studying his life again and again. In the Old Testament, he was living in the midst of what we call the heathen, idol worshippers. But he was able to have an impact. Why? He was a solution provider. In fact, Pharaoh, the heathen king, gave him a name, Zaphenath-Paneah. What does that mean? A man who discovers hidden things. That's the meaning of the name Pharaoh gave to Joseph, Zaphenath-Paneah. That this man, he has a way of discovering hidden things. And I think if you're a person of faith, like I am, we have the advantage of providing solutions, providing services that will be a blessing to humanity. So I want to encourage you, dream again. Dream again. Can you whisper to your neighbor, dream again? Tell the other neighbor, dream again. Because the best of you is just ahead. Timmy D was rendering those beautiful songs, but the best of him is never in the past. Some new songs are going to come. We have some, products like when I was a teenager, iPhone was not like this. Yet the company existed. What phones did we have then? Some of you don't even know them. How many of us used 3310? Oh. Sajem, Toshiba. I didn't say Toshiba. Sajem. Which other ones? Motorola, right? Then it looked like Nokia will always be there forever. But the best of God is never in the past. 3310 was like, finally, I can call. This is the best. I never in my life thought something would come that I can transfer monies on a device, call my parents, send emails. So can you imagine what is ahead? In the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, in the next 15, 20 years. But I'm saying that those things ahead are coming from you. Do you believe that? It's not from somebody. What men have done, men can do even better. And that covers, when I was young, I'm still young. When we go to a bank, we'll line up for hours. I don't want to mention any brand. We just line up. And when you're going to bank in those days, it's like you just mark that today is banking day. And you get there by maybe 9, 10 and stay till like 3 p.m. After transferring money, collecting the money, maybe branch in the office and tell them bye-bye. And then go home and rest. But I can't remember the last time I entered the banking hall. I do a lot of things on my phone. So let's dream again. Dreamers rule the world. Think greatness. Don't exclude yourself. When we talk about the great future, transformers, agents of transformation, don't start thinking, it's that guy I see on the media. It's that particular. Don't exclude yourself. Age, gender, nationality, past experience. Don't see yourself as part of the solutions for the future. Dream again. And then the next thing is allow training for reigning. In our church, this month of the month of November has been about training for reigning, because you hardly can reign on a sustainable basis without proper training. Allow me to say this. God wants to cook you for the top. So when you arrive at the top, you will not disgrace us. You will not disgrace him. You will not disgrace your family. He wants to cook you. I noticed that God did that to Joseph. Maybe you want to surrender yourself for that processing so that you don't scatter things when you get there. Joseph had to deal with bitterness, had to deal with unforgiveness, had to serve as a slave. You don't outgrow serving. He served as a slave in his master's house, the chief of staff or army staff for Pharaoh, Potiphar. He served in the prison as an administrator. God was just cooking him. By the time he arrived in the palace, he was not bitter anymore. And many of us are going through that process. Don't jump that process that builds your character, that strengthens you for the future. Don't jump it, because we have a syndrome where people want to just blow overnight. I want to just make, if the 2 billion lands in your life today, will you be okay? Can you even sleep yourself? Won't you just lie down and be looking at the ceiling? And be checking your account balance every 1 hour. That is it true? But some other people, when that 2 billion lands in their account, it has places to go under 3 hours. Because they grew into it. They didn't jump into it. So greatness is a journey. God wants to build you so you can build others. Part of your training, a major part of your training is character development. For those of faith here, we are salt and we are light. Don't lose your capacity to light the world. Joseph went through seasons of seeming hardship to build resilience, to know how to handle relationships, to serve. And he was a man of integrity. And I'm on a campaign because Solomon said in Proverbs 22:29, says, "Seest thou a man skillful and diligent in his business, he will stand before kings and not mean men." He would stand. And I'm taking it further. You will not just stand before kings, you will be the king. You will be the ruler of that mountain. But what can you do in the next 12 months to improve on your skills, your technical know-how? Thank God for prayers. Let the prayers help you to handle the training well. Train up. What can you do? What certification can you add? What apprenticeship can you surrender yourself to? What can you do to be better at what you are doing? That is the key to that rulership of the mountain. So submit yourself to training. It can be rigorous, but it's worth the while. But you must be better at what you do. Semi-finally. Sorry, can I say praise the Lord here? Okay. Praise the Lord. We are very quiet. All the ladies say something. Greet me or something like that. If you're a lady in the house and you are ready to go, say something. Yeah. All the guys, can you say something? Okay, thank you. All the ladies say amen. All the guys say hallelujah. Hallelujah. Ladies, can you hear that? All the ladies say amen. Okay, all the guys say hallelujah. Okay, that's beautiful. Okay, so we talked about dreaming again, training for reigning. Allow the process. Some of us might need to go and work somewhere and surrender yourself for the next 2 years and blank out and learn the ropes and build. By the time you are ready, then you are ready. Don't just jump and say, I want to do my own thing in that sense. Let's talk about mammon. Mammon. For those of us in Nigeria, that is Potiphar's wife. Greed, avarice, mammon. And we have to master it to provide answers for the future. Impact, lasting impact, real impact is a function of love for people. And I don't know which other set of people have capacity to love people like those of us in the faith. Why are you in business? Why the ideas that you have downloaded, the things you want to do? If money is your primary focus, you have capped yourself. And that's a challenge. Anytime we want to do something, oh, how much will come from it? No. Serve. Provide answers. And research finds that when that is your focus, money will only be a byproduct. That way, you've mastered it. Don't put money, hey, let's do this so we can make money. Let's serve. Let's provide these solutions for people. I did some studying on those guys, the billionaires all over the world. Hardly will you find any of them, with a group of people and they sat down. We must make 10 billion next week or next year. They don't do that. It is a solution. How can we make sales better? What can we do about marketing that will be faster? How can we provide this solution? What app can resolve these processes that looks cumbersome? And as they are resolving that, money comes from it. Africa needs to learn that. A lot of younger people need to learn that. It's not about, you will make money, but it should be a byproduct. If it is your focus, it will corrupt you and it can destroy you. Many of the things we use, look at the solution they provide. Look at the phone, for instance. Communication, at all levels. That is a blessing, but money comes from it. You're starting a restaurant. It's not about how many people come to the restaurant, want to make money. No, how can you provide eating in a most excellent, enjoyable manner that when people are leaving that your restaurant, they just feel that they went to church. Like God just touched them. If that's your focus, you will never lack people. And when you don't lack people, you will never lack money. Beware of mammon. Focus on providing answers and you will never lack. But when Joseph was talking to Pharaoh, I'm sure money was not in the equation. That there were going to be 7 years of famine, 7 years of plenty. So what's the answer? Okay, let's have, during the 7 years of plenty, some reserve, 20%, and put it in granaries and store them up. That was providing solution. But at the end of the day, he was promoted. He became prime minister. He was given an entourage. He had money, but that was not the focus. More productive ideas, more global ideas will come to Africa if our primary focus is not money. And yet, those global ideas will provide global financing. Okay. Oh, I said semi-finally. That was quarter-final. Now this is semi-final. Allow me to say this, that it should build spiritual capacity. One of top businessmen in Nigeria passed on, I think, was it this year? Wigwe. Right, was it this year? Such things get to me, especially if it's a man of faith. Especially when you have some other stories. You ask yourself one question. When he was about to board the helicopter with his wife and child or so, can you imagine if he knew within himself the night before that he should not take that helicopter? Would that have made a difference? Just knowing that you don't fly tomorrow. As Christians in business or career, while you are building on the ideas, the technical expertise, I challenge you to build your spiritual capacity. Because one day everything can end abruptly if you don't have solid defense. I take lessons from Daniel. Daniel was a very wise man. A man given to excellence, but he also had spiritual capacity. Because as you rise, enemies will also try to stop you. In the marketplace, we have that. It's a global thing. In the US, in the UK, even here and in Africa, we have some additional ones they do. And if you are not properly fortified, you can be a victim of the wickedness of men. You can imagine people conspiring against Daniel to put him in lion's den. They literally wanted to kill him. When you are trying to provide solutions to help humanity, somebody else is thinking about how much money he can steal. And then you are at loggerheads. He wants to move you out, but can you stand? And that's the real battle in Africa. Oh, you want to help the country to advance in the various sectors. Somebody is coming in, maybe as an elected official, and all he's thinking about is, let's make money. Oh, I spent money on election. He doesn't even care about the people. And then you are there, you want to provide solutions. He wants you out. The question is, will they take you out easily, or you will outlast them like Daniel? Daniel ran, worked for like 3 regimes, spanning 67 years. That's amazing. Even the kings, many of them died. Nebuchadnezzar passed on. Belshazzar passed on. He was still there, relevant in the scheme of things, but he had spiritual capacity. So when you as a business owner or career person, you are, rising, you are GM, don't toy with things that help you to build your spiritual capacity. You need divine direction. It's not every plane we enter. It's not every meeting we attend. one of our ladies called me very early one morning. I just arrived in the office. She said, Pastor, I just arrived in the office. She had been telling me about the fights in the office. Some people just like her because she's young. What is it? Is she young? All these young girls. What's she doing? She saw a charm on her seat. She sent me the picture. I said, hold it in Jesus' name and get it out. That's the kind of battles we face. So that we don't just allow people that have been built in terms of technical expertise to be run out of the system by wicked men or wicked women. So build spiritual capacity. You need divine direction. You need divine protection. There are lions that want to devour in the marketplace, but you can shut them out of the lions in the place of prayer. You can shut them out of the lions in a place of declaration. And you need divine wisdom. Daniel and Joseph's advantage was wisdom. When others were scrambling for answers, they plugged into the higher dimension and downloaded creative ideas, solutions that everybody had to bow. But that doesn't just happen with a careless spiritual lifestyle. We need more creative ideas. So the Holy Spirit is your advantage. Daniel leveraged spiritual capacity to rule the mountain of governance. He had revelations, he had solutions, he also had divine protection. What is before quarterfinal? Okay, let's talk about physical well-being. I was in Benin 3 years ago or 2 years ago. We speak to leaders. I had the opportunity of speaking to leaders. And I love the way they, put the conference together. They always bring a top medical practitioner in the city to come and talk to leaders. So one of those years, the guy came up and said, as he's talking now, there are like 4 or 5 CEOs in his hospital, down with some of them, 1 or 2 of them stroke, another one with another thing, and they are young guys. And he said he had warned these people to take care of their health. Now they are multi-millionaires, powerful logistics company, this and that, but you can't move. The checks you are running about to sign before, you cannot sign it. That's how he started. Everybody just looked at him. And I'm going to say, as you are learning, doing meetings, growing, pay attention to your health. Don't build something and then, for one careless reason, your health now hinders the progress or the full potential of that enterprise. Anything that has to do with your physical well-being, invest in it. The longevity of some ideas matter to every generation. Your health is key to longevity of your enterprise and vibrant impact. Pay attention to your health. I think you should whisper that to your neighbor this morning again. Pay attention to your health. So read books on that. The way they consult you to help their business do better, you too should have a medical person that you consult with about your health. Asking practical questions. Do your vitals regularly. Blood pressure, sugar level. Know yourself so that we can have you. As we advance in age, we transfer power, but we can still be relevant and coach other people rather than cutting our life short or incapacitate people at the wrong time. Okay, finally. Focus on global excellence. Gone are the days when they say this app or this product is from Ghana or Zimbabwe or Nigeria and is synonymous with mediocrity. Beauty attracts, disorder repels. Your outlook matters to making impact. I'm sure as we have the panel sessions, many of those things will also be touched one way or the other. Your outlook matters to making impact. Your personal outlook, business and product outlook. Packaging is extremely important. Perception is everything. Oh, a great idea, poorly packaged, will not have impact. But sometimes, a not too good idea, properly packaged, will even go further. Because God himself said, man looks at the outward appearance. The way you conduct your business, timeliness, feedback, how you send your memos, how you communicate with a client. All those things come together to exhibit or to portray excellence. So man looks at the outward appearance. There is a better way to you. There's a better way to you. I'm reviewing the year myself for next year. There's a better way to you, Yemi. There's a better way to pastor the church you pastor. There's a better way to your public speaking. There's a better way to the books you're writing. There's a better way. I looked at the Premiership football, right? The leagues in Europe. I noticed that the teams that we all celebrate, they spend a lot of money on their players. Like Real Madrid, like Man City. They spend a lot of money. So you might need to spend more money on the kind of staff you have if your enterprise must float well and have impact. It's worth the expense. So there's a better way to you, a better way to your enterprise, a better way to handling your career. Welcome to Impact Conference. Armed with humility, anyone can learn from anyone and anything. We have powerful panelists, powerful speakers today, tomorrow. Armed with enough humility, anyone can learn from anyone and from anything. If Solomon, in his sane days, can learn from the ant and the spider, then you can learn from anyone or anywhere. Enjoy the conference and be ready to birth new things. Build in a different way and then dream of making global impact. Thank you very much.
I'm going to ask us to do that applause again because it's not reflective of the word we just heard. Give a resounding applause for the global lead pastor of the Global Impact Church. Thank you so much, Pastor Yemi Davis. Every time I hear Pastor Yemi speak, please have your seats, please. You may please be seated. Thank you. Every time I hear Pastor Yemi speak, it's almost like I've never heard him speak. Fresh wisdom, fresh insight, fresh perspectives, and this was a well-balanced perspective on building the change that you want to see. Please celebrate our man of God in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
He spoke extensively on building the change that we want to see, balancing your spirituality with your physical well-being, ensuring that as you are praying, you are also working hard. As an individual, you're also taking care of yourself so that you can enjoy every benefit of your hard work. So, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, can we please put our hands together for him? Thank you. Very soon we are going to have a raffle. I will tell you the prize attached to winning this. And Moji, don't yet go. Before the raffle, they said that we should confirm those that met themselves earlier today. So if you met somebody today, if you met somebody new today, can we see your hands? You met somebody new.
So if you joined in late, what we did earlier when we started was to ask people to network and connect. Because, and I was saying this, that most times we wait for, I want to meet the panelists, I want to meet, the top investors. But you don't even realize that your next gig or business deal can come from the person who is sitting next to you because the person looks very unassuming.
Or even
so
your
we
life
made
partner.
it compulsory.
Yes.
Demola, focus.
I'm focused. I'm focused.
Well, it's
When
part
I
of
say
the
life
impact
partner,
that we're
that's
looking
okay.
for, Sha, because change can come from a couple. So maybe you met your life partner. You never know.
Yes.
But we wanted you to connect, vertically, horizontally, and don't just be so fixated on connecting upwards. So if you've connected with someone, can you raise your hand? And you must tell us tangible things about
5 things about the person.
Okay.
Somebody said, I met the person is a human being, number 1. Yes, all right. So where are we starting from, Muji? Okay, you spoke earlier. We need somebody that has not said anything today. All right, fantastic. You tell us your name, your name, and then you tell us.
Okay. The person you met, and then 5 interesting or 5 facts about the person.
Okay.
And be sure the person is not your friend.
No.
Okay.
My name is Jennifer Uchila. I met Chiamaka today for the first time. She works with MZOR. She's a microbiologist. That's one, not two. She's married. She got married in January.
Okay.
What else?
She's wearing purple.
She attends Global Impact Church. That's four. She's a quality control specialist.
Please give her a round of applause.
Well, you got
Very
married.
impressive.
She got married in January. I'm your senior colleague. How are you? Okay. Yes, who else met somebody? He said he has spoken earlier, but should we allow him?
Then you have to allow the other lady.
Okay, yeah, we'll allow both of them. Okay, let me listen to her first. Can we please put our hands together for her?
Good morning, everybody. I met Blessing.
Music. Okay, great. Can we have you again? Your name and who you met?
Good morning. My name is Janet Ajibade. I make the spice in town. I met Blessing. She's from Oriedo in Edo State. She's a lawyer. She loves watching adventure movie. She's a Christian and single.
Wow, thank you so much. That was beautiful. So when you are introducing yourself, you can tell us something brief about yourself, just the way she said. She said, I make the best, so you can say, I am what I am by the grace of God. All right, so yeah, let's hear you.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Chijoke. I'm a business developer and a general hustler. So today I met someone. So number one fact about her is her name is Chiamaka. She's a student of Unilag. She's studying microbiology. She's a member of Global Impact Church. And finally, she's from Imo State.
You said your second job is that you are a general hustler. It's nice meeting you. Okay, you said I should allow her to, right?
The lady, yes.
Yes, then we'll go towards that direction.
Let me walk towards.
Hi, my name is Frances. I'm a career professional. I met Eric, one of the persons I met today. He's a data engineer. And before that, he was a data analyst for 5 years. He's from Ondo State. And he does consultancy too. He teaches you to be a data analyst, the stakes, and how you can grow in the industry as well.
It's nice meeting you. Yes. And you not, okay, yes, that's fine. Muji, I wanted to
Anyone
ask if
from
single
this
boys,
side
okay.
of the room?
Eh? All right.
Okay, great.
If you have not met somebody, it's a good time to do that.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So my name is Chinelo. I'm into gifts and hampers. Would you like to gift any of your loved ones for Christmas? I am the best person for it. And I met two people actually, right? So nothing personal, just about their business. So I met Samuel. So he's into men fashion, just men, strictly men fashion. And he said he's still taking orders till the 5th of December. So would you like to reach out to your loved ones for any outfits this Christmas? Please reach out to Samuel. And he's also a member of Global Impact Church.
That, my dear, was how I met your father. Are you married?
Are you married?
Because she sold her business. She
And
sold
sold his
Samuel's
business.
business. You're a good woman indeed. The second person.
Okay, I met Ajoke. She's into food event catering. Actually, I've tested her meal before, and she does amazing meals. So kindly patronize her. Thank you.
Please, I want to confirm,
Tell
is
me
Samuel
about women
married?
supporting women. Please give this beautiful lady a round of applause. Not only is she promoting herself, she's promoting fellow sister and brother. You're a good woman. God bless. One more person.
One more thing. I'm actually a big fan of Moji and Delicious Winifred.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Please, it's nice to meet you. Please meet me too so that you can tell people what I do. God will honor you. All right. Do we have more? We'll do like 2 more and then we'll go for the... Okay, we have somebody there.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Victoria Owomi. I'm a geologist. So I met Yinka today. One thing that resonates between the two of us is His wife's name is Victoria. His dad was a former HOD in UI, geology. He's into music. He's a music director. And he started his business 2 years ago. So.
Wonderful. You even know his father's profession. It's nice meeting you. I think we have somebody here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Funke. I'm a fashion entrepreneur, and also I can do anything. Just show me how and give me time. So I met Oluwatosin. She's also a fashion designer. Her brand name is Radiant Wears, and she's ready to collaborate. She also lives in Bagada, and she's a pleasant person.
Wow. 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 That's beautiful. You know, it's always good to support, it's always good to meet people, and it's always good to support and encourage ourselves in anything that we do. Can we put our hands together for everybody that spoke? You know, when they were speaking and talking about the various businesses that people do, I was very inspired. I don't know if I've said this before, that the kind of job a man's wife does will determine a lot of things. You know, if your wife is a lawyer, it's a good one. You can never argue with her and win. It's just like that. If your wife is a teacher, depending on the kind of school, you know, your sitting room may look like a staff room once in a while, but then one child may be under punishment at some time, but it's a good one. If your wife is a pastor, it's also a very beautiful one. She can wake you up for vigils that you did not plan for. 2:30 a.m. Amen, amen. If you like yourself, respond by saying what now? Blessings. And now, if your wife is an auditor, it's a good thing. They take stock of everything. My wife used to practice audit. She walked up to me one day and she said, I left 17 toothpick in the toothpick case. I can see 16 and a half. What did you eat? I said, it's factory error. But then if your wife is a fashion entrepreneur, it's a good one. My wife walked up to me one day and said, I'm tired of audits. I said, you are doing well in audits. She said, I'm tired. I want to pursue my passion. I said, what's your passion? She said, fashion. I said, fashion? She said, yeah. I said, are you sure? She said, yeah. She runs a good fashion business in Lagos, Florence by Esther. As a good man that I am, I decided to support her dreams. Because she's a fashion entrepreneur, I perform 3 functions. Number 1, I am a husband. Number 2, up until recently that she started using courier services, I used to be a delivery man. She can just look at me and say, baby. I will say, yes, we are going to Badagry. To do what? To deliver clothes. There is nothing I can do about it. We drive. The 3rd function, I am a mannequin. She can just look at me and say, baby. I will say, yes. She say, you look like size 10. Come and test this clothes. Now, if it is male clothes, it's still good. I'm talking of female. There is nothing I have not worn. I've worn peplum top, I've worn palazzo, I've worn jumpsuit, I've worn boo-boo. There is even one that they will tie my stomach with rope from the back. That cloth and peace of mind are doing social distancing. With that cloth, you cannot breathe. They call it corset. As usual, one day she threw a skirt at me. She helped me test this skirt. Flowing skirt, full flowing skirt. Ladies and gentlemen, because it was free-flowing, I wore the skirt. Because it was free-flowing, I had totally forgotten I was wearing skirt. I did not wear shirt that day. I just started walking up and down in our compound. I just discovered people were greeting me unnecessarily. It is well with you, sir. I said, amen. They said, God will help you. I said, amen. They said, one, he getting you, sir. I said, one small boy look at me, he said, Uncle Auntie. Okay, let's continue with the program. Yeah. All right, so it is time for raffle. And let me tell you, Moji, from your seats, just tell them, should they pick first before we tell them?
I think so, yeah.
All right. So, I want to believe you have you picked a number when you registered, right? You picked a number. If you did not pick a number, let us see your hand. Maybe you will wait for the second batch of the raffle But please try to get a number before we continue, before we move to the second segment. So our panelists will help us. Sir, please just help us pick a number. Somebody's praying, Father, Lord, help me. Ladies and gentlemen, the first number has been picked. Ma, please, can you help us with the second number? Somebody is saying, Father, let him have gone home. He's here. Moji, 2 numbers have been picked. You will tell us how much they are winning, and you will call the numbers out. Somebody saying, Oluwa shall know me. Father, you know me. You know how I came here. Father, Lord, I worship you. God, you know my heart.
Let's bow our heads in prayer.
First and foremost, remember this conference is free. You might have heard about it online, or you came to church and you might have just stumbled on the flyer somewhere. So somebody is going to be winning something now, or 2 people will be winning something each now. Moji, tell them.
Let me read the number first.
Father, Lord.
The first number I have here, it's my honor and privilege. If there's 6, so it's a 3-digit number. If there's 6 in your number, the probability is
very
2
high.
over 3. Sorry, I failed maths. Okay, no, I passed.
Me too. I did not. It's not as if, okay. Well, at least we have graduated.
650.
650. 650. Somebody said, Father, I worship you. He has gone home.
650.
650.
If you have 6, check. 650. 650.
Okay. The person is not here.
425. 425. 425.
425. We have 425. Put your hands together for her. Please come forward. Uncle Heidi Kabasa.
And you'll come with a copy of, yes.
Please help us pick one. 650 is not around. Somebody is saying, Jesus Christ, I worship you today. Thank you.
Oh, wait. Do we have 2 650s?
Okay, we have 650 already. That's fine.
Oh, so you're, okay, then you are 4. Ma, were you sleeping before? You were looking
for it.
2 women. Please face the audience.
2 women. Father Lord.
I'm very excited about this, Damola. When you left your house, even people told you what
they are holding themselves like beauty pageants. Can you see?
Damola, where's the pack of nose mask? 1 each.
Oh, pack of nose mask.
Yeah, that's
it's
what
the soft copy I have here for now.
See the way she looked at me like, who are you? When you left your house this morning, what was your expectation for this conference?
I actually was looking so, I was excited right from when it was announced in church. I just knew I had to be here. For every reason that this conference was put together for, I knew I had to be here.
Okay, ma'am, and what about you?
Okay, so I almost didn't come. I wanted to join online. But I don't know, I just felt, look, I need to be here. I've been looking forward to it. I wasn't feeling too well, but I decided to come. And I just have been looking forward to a word for the next phase.
You know, Pastor Yabi, when he was speaking, said you have to be people of the Spirit. You cannot, so if the Spirit said, get up and go to Global Impact Church today, well, I'm happy to announce to you, ladies, that...
Let's go for a commercial break. Okay.
We'll be right back after this commercial break. What's your name, ma'am? Aderiola. Let me ask you this very casually. What will 500,000 naira do for you? We have not said she won 500,000 naira now.
Somebody is saying.
Well, we are pleased to announce to you on behalf of the Global Impact Business Community that you have not won 450, you have won 500,000 naira.
Each.
They're not sharing it.
Each.
That's 1 million hug. 500, 500. Congratulations to both of you.
The people that are sitting beside them said, thank God I networked with them. Congratulations to
Pastor
you.
Yemi would help with
Please,
the
I would
presentation.
like you to present the check.
Pastor Yemi David.
Like the life I
No, you take yours late. Just Aderiola, congratulations. What's your name, ma'am? Let's have the paper.
The paper, yes.
What?
Yinka Ige.
Yinka Ige.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's still going to be another raffle, and that one is bigger.
Congratulations. And we have the second one, 500,000 naira.
Father Lord. Please don't forget to write original copy collected by me, your name, department, matric number, signature, and
Certified true
genotype.
copy.
Yes. That's it. That's it. My God. We are going to have another raffle much later, towards the end of this conference, and trust me, that one is bigger. But we'll not tell you the figure yet.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Yes. Can we put our hands together for ourselves? Thank you. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to the panel session, and that segment is going to be handled by Mojibade Shosoya. Please put your hands together for her as she comes forward to invite the panelists, and she will also moderate that segment at this time. Can we celebrate her, ladies and gentlemen?
Thank you. I'm truly honored to be here again, and I'm honored to introduce our distinguished panelists for the very first panel conversation today. Now, we will be speaking to unlocking capital, accessing finance to build. And I'm sure that everyone here is interested in this conversation. When we took a random census in the room and we're asking people, what exactly are you looking forward to? People talked about scaling, people talked about, getting access to finance. And now we have the best people to speak to this conversation on this panel. Okay, so I will invite them up very quickly, and when I do, please give them a resounding applause as they come up stage, in no particular order. My first panelist is the Deputy Political and Economic Chief at the U.S. Consulate General in Lagos, Nigeria, where she drives initiatives in private sector engagement, entrepreneurship, and economic development. She's a seasoned diplomat. She has spearheaded global efforts in innovation and public-private partnerships, including key U.S. entrepreneurship initiatives. With a rich background in economic diplomacy across multiple continents, Kenneth brings a wealth of experience in fostering sustainable growth and collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I make welcome on stage Kenneth Hill. A round of applause as she makes her way to the stage. Coming up to join her is the current founding partner of Future Africa, Africa's largest seed stage investor, which has invested millions of dollars into over 100 startups across Africa. Prior to that, he co-founded 2 of Africa's 7 unicorns, Andela and Flutterwave. He has served his country as the youngest member of Nigeria's Presidential Council on Industrial Policy and Competitiveness, and has been recognized as one of the youngest recipients of a national award as the Officer of the Order of the Niger, OON. He has been recognized as the World Economic Forum Young Global Leader and a Forbes 30 Under 30 honoree, amongst other awards and fellowships. Please join me as I make welcome Inyi Aboyeji. A round of applause for him. Thank you for joining us. Coming up to join them, we have the CEO of Savient, a leading financial institution focused on delivering innovative banking solutions in Nigeria. With a wealth of experience in finance and business strategy, he has been instrumental in driving growth and transforming businesses through strategic leadership and digital innovation. Under his leadership as the managing director, VFD Microfinance Bank scaled its operations and introduced cutting-edge solutions to meet diverse customer needs. He's also a sought-after thought leader in the financial sector, frequently sharing insights and dedicated to fostering sustainable growth and innovation in the banking industry while mentoring the next generation of leaders. Please join me as I make welcome on stage Benga Omolokun. A round of applause for him. Thank you. And finally, but by no means the least, to join this panel is the founder and CEO of Accounting Boss Software and the Nancy Nandi Company, known as the Money Boss. With over 17 years of experience, she is a business coach and an entrepreneur who helps businesses scale through her Structure Your Business with Ease, SYBE program, and innovative 5-wallet system. She's a certified management consultant. She empowers entrepreneurs to build thriving, structured businesses rooted in faith-based principles. She's an award-winning mentor and speaker, sharing insights on Instagram at Coach Nancy Nandi. All of my panelists will be on. Please let's make welcome Coach Nancy Nandi. A round of applause for her. Thank you. And thank you all my panelists for agreeing to be here. We're truly excited to get on this conversation. And now the moderator for this conversation is an award-winning TV presenter, public speaker. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That's me, it's me. I had to hype myself small. All right. Now, let me emphasize this before I get on with the conversation. When we introduce persons at events, when I read bios, I don't get tired of reading bios because I'm inspired when I read those bios. So when we read them to you, it's not just because we can't tell you to Google their names because you will find things about them, but because we want to let you know that these persons are doing these great things and you can also do these great things as well. Now, without much further ado, we will get on with the conversation straight up. Now, we're talking about one of the most transformative things in any business, which is capital. So we're talking about unlocking capital, accessing finance to build. I'm going to start with you, Kenneth. And my first question to you is, you do have experience in public-private partnerships, right? So how can entrepreneurs leverage such collaborations to access capital for scaling their businesses? Especially because we did speak with a lot of people here in the morning and they are interested in scaling their businesses. Some say that, you know, I have achieved my 2-year goal. Now, what is next for me? I want to scale. So my question to you is, how can entrepreneurs in the room or those who are listening and joining virtually and who would watch this later, you know, how can they leverage public-private partnerships to scale? Just 1 second. We want to work on the audio. Can we hear her?
Can you hear me now?
I think it's better now.
Oh, okay. So I was just saying thank you all for joining us today, and thank you to Pastor Yemi for having this wonderful occasion. So as a U.S. diplomat, one of the things that we're here to do in Nigeria is to do just that, to build partnerships, and particularly as the economic officer, we're looking at economic partnerships, those that lead to increased trade and investment. And so what we do through our programs, we have scaling opportunities at every stage. I was inspired to see the women entrepreneurs here in the room at the early stage, and I'm going to focus on women right now. We have a program called the Academy of Women Entrepreneurs. So for those entrepreneurs who are just starting out, this program all provides access to capital, but also mentoring and networking where you can build those partnerships to get you to the next scale. And so through all, you have access to financing upwards of $25,000 to help you scale your business from the ground up. But you also get mentoring on how to develop a business plan, how to market your product digitally, but really those critical stage types of mentoring and coaching that women entrepreneurs need when they're just starting out. But then as you go up, we also have, as a part of our interagency, and I'm sure my partner here, my colleague here, E, will talk about how he can access various USG programs. But through Prosper Africa, for instance, there are 17 agencies that also work across the realm to help African entrepreneurs scale and grow their business depending on where they are in the process. So another program outside of the 10,000 range is called the African Small Business Catalyst Fund. And that is a partnership with the African Development Foundation and the Development Finance Corporation. And so entrepreneurs through this opportunity can access capital from about $100,000 upwards to $1 million. And so depending on where you are in your journey, there are many tools available for you to help and scale your business. One more opportunity that I wanted to mention is our Development Finance Corporation has partnered with a number of local banks here, and I'll mention some of them. And so what I want you to do is hopefully you're banked at some of these banks, and through that, you will be able to access some of the funding that DFC has provided these local banks to help entrepreneurs such as yourselves grow and scale. So we've done partnerships with Union Bank, Access Bank, and FCMB Bank. And those are partnerships related to healthcare, agriculture, but also generally. So no matter what sector you're looking at, there are partnerships along the scale. And then for you men out there, we have the Young African Leadership Program, which also has entrepreneurship opportunities, but women are also included in that. But just bring up those several programs as an example of how the U.S. government is impacting or partnering for impact so that we can help small and medium-sized businesses grow and scale. And I'm sure we'll get into a little bit later, but just wanted to start off with those few examples.
Wow, thank you so much. Please let's give Kenneth a round of applause. Thanks for sharing those with us. And I do hope that people here are listening actively and can take advantage of all the things that she's mentioned right now. Thank you. So Coach Nancy, I'm coming to you now. What creative strategies would you advise entrepreneurs in the room to adopt, especially where the traditional sources of funding are scarce or not available?
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, my pastor, for having me here, and thank you, GIBC team, which I'm one of them too. Thank you for having me. So I will even say I've had the experience of not having fund not being available in running my business for 18 years now. When I started, I needed fund. In fact, I opened an account in all the banks, just trying to get money from them. And it's difficult. I think it's even a bit easier now, unlike then. But I could not get funding until my business grew to a level they were coming to give me. So one of the things that I advise first is bootstrap your business. And understand that at the early stage of your business, you must have lean way of operating in terms of your expenditures. See how you can manage your expenses to ensure you have a lot of capital, a lot of profit to retain back. Because I always like to tell business owners that most of all the big organizations you see today, they did not bring money from any strange places. They made the money in the business and they retained it and they grew over time. So for me, that is how I grew my business from where I started from 600,000 and I'm doing multiples of millions. I never had access to loan at that time. It was just being able to manage very well, trapping, ensuring I close all the codes, ensuring I close all the codes, to make sure there is no theft, there is nothing missing from my business. And number two is actually crowdfunding. There are different ways that there are local ways, maybe the contributions that people do, that one is there. Then the third one is pre-sales and customer financing. I've actually used over $1 billion because in the industry where I am, I'm in the telecom space. I started my business like maybe with 600,000. And the only thing that I was not even thinking, I don't know what to do at that time. But after a while, we are in church, so I can say that. I was praying, I was crying, I would see everything. I tithe. God, why is it me? Why am I having these issues? And I remember the Holy Spirit just telling me, go back to your store, open the store. I'm like, I don't have any product in this store, so what will I do? So I obeyed. I went there, opened it. I had another prompting, call your customers. So I started calling them one after the other. And as I was calling them, I had the prices of my product. But I just felt that since I want to do a pre-sales, and I needed to raise money, first to buy the product and now sell to them. Let me create a bait for them. Let me give them a discount to make them buy, to make them pay in advance. So I started calling and I was telling them, okay, everybody was just saying, sorry, we heard what happened. I don't want to be pitied. I was not even looking for the sorry at that time. So I was just focused on calling. It was a difficult thing, but I had to do it. So as I was calling them to tell them this is the price, if you want to come and buy the product now, maybe it's 1,000. But if you are coming, if you can pay me in advance and get it later in the evening, I'll give you for 950. I started calling. Some of them was okay. Some of them did not respond. At the end of the day, in 2 hours later, they started calling back to say, okay, send account number. Some will say, my staff is bringing the car. I was able to raise 50 million of other people's money. And as at that morning, I was crying, I don't have money. So what I realized is they will give you their fund to actually run your business. You must now be able to keep to the term product so that I don't disappoint them for the next day. I did that for like a year, and in 2 years' time, from other people's money, I raised 20 million naira fresh capital for my business. And I said, I'm no longer doing pay down. And I switched back to doing cash and carry. And that was how I raised. That is actually using the pre-sales or customer financing. There are other options. You can decide to do pre-order. There's a lot we do today. You can decide to do, there are creative ways to raise funds from people. But before you can raise funds from people, you must have shown yourself approved. You must have been somebody of integrity. People must have trusted you to an extent that, I can give her my money. I've been in that industry for 1 year. So some people are watching you that you don't know. And until you get to that level where they can trust you to part their money with you, nobody will give you money if they don't trust you. So trust is actually a currency on its own. So trust is also a currency on its own. So we need to understand that. And also, barter option. Whatever skill you have, you can come into a particular place where something is needed, and they offer you, they can even give you money or give you shares to be part of the organization. Another one is maybe partnership, profit sharing, revenue sharing. You just come up with somebody, you calculate very well, you do your projections, and it's okay, I'm going to make XYZ, and it's somebody that has the fund. But also, that requires you already also having integrity in place, because they will not give it to somebody that is not diligent. They will not also give it to somebody that does not have integrity. So many of us will say, nobody wants to help me. My family is not giving me money. People that don't want to help you, they're actually helping other people. So what you need to do is to go back and just begin to be intentional about making people to trust you. It's something you have to do intentionally. And sometimes it will cost you money. I remember in telecom, the early days, we had a particular network, Airtel Telecoms. The product got compromised. And I was still a small business owner. I lost over 1.4 at that time. But I just made up my mind that whenever any customer has issue with their product, I must rectify it. Even though I didn't have the money, I decided to rectify it. And those things play out later. For people in that particular space to just trust me, like I need to buy from her, she will keep to her word, and those things matter a lot. Those little things we do. Finally, is also family and friends, people that trust you. One of the hanging fruit or the closest place to get money is your family and friends. And if your family and friends cannot give you money, understand that it is not about them. There is something you would need to work on about yourself. It's either they don't trust you, or they feel you will mismanage it. Something is just wrong. And if you can identify that thing, work on it. I remember when I got an offer to be the sole distributor of telecom products in Oshodi Solo, and I needed more funds to do it. And as at that time, I don't have any collateral for the bank to give me money. So I went to my mom because my other sister had a property that I can use to get loan. My mom was so scared, like, oh, Nancy, I know you will pay back, but this house, we can't lose it. She was scared. But my other sister said, no, Mommy, I'm going to give her. Let her take the loan. And she gave me that building. I used it to collect loan. I collected 40 million naira in 2008. And 8 months later, I paid back. I took it again the following year. 8 months later, I paid back. Then the bank wrote to me that they wanted to see me. That how did you do it? Your industry, they're always defaulting. And those things matters a lot. And when you need things later, you can always use those history to get whatever funding you want to get. A lot of people, a lot of business owners in Nigeria think when you get loan or when you get grants or when you get all those things, that is free money. Let me just take it, squander it, and just go. Nothing will happen. It will speak tomorrow. Because I realized after a while, what I needed was not 40 million again. I needed a more huge amount. And my sister can single-handedly say, Nancy, take, you will pay me back. But if I had not paid back, what some of us feel, oh, they are not giving me. You must pay back. Even though it's your spouse that lends you money, as far as the thing is lending or borrowing, make sure you pay back. But you never can tell when you will need it again. There are other ones, but let me stop here. Thank you.
Coach Nancy indeed is a coach. She delivered a master class in how many minutes? I feel like asking us to collect offering and just charging everybody. But thank you for that, power-packed response. Don't eat your seeds. Don't eat your seeds. And you must build trust. You must build trust. People must be able to trust you. Now, talking about building trust, one of the ways you can build trust, especially with investors, is putting your books together. Yeah. So I'm going to ask Mr. Benga, right, how can you give us practical tips on how entrepreneurs in the room can keep their books, financial books together to prepare for investors so that it's not when investors when they start trying to, window dress or tidy it. How can they start to prepare now ahead for investors?
It's never too late, right? They say the best time to do something was maybe yesterday or 40 years ago, but the next best time is now, right? It's important that you keep accurate records of everything. I know, depending on what size your business is, maybe you're a very small business, or whether you're a large business, you can say, well, I'm gifted like that, I have everything in my head. The reality is, it doesn't work out, right? Yeah. Even for your own purpose, it's important that you put things on paper sometimes just to look at it, right? There's also a skill issue. Sometimes, I know a lot of people say, well, I didn't do well in math. Accounting isn't maths, by the way, but I'm not fantastic with numbers, all of these things. I think it's the diligence of even writing things down. Regardless of what your skill level is, your experience is, just write it down. 1 + 1 would be equal to 2, right? How much have I spent? How much have I made? What am I spending it on? It's also then important to seek out people that have some level of expertise. If you have a business where you sell drinks, beverages, cold water or whatnot, right? And you have a fridge, or you need to buy a fridge, and you shell out, let's say, 600,000 naira to buy the fridge. It's not an expense, right? It's important that you now start seeking out people that understand these things so that they help you, because the way you represent how much money you have spent versus how much money you've made gives investors confidence as to, well, does this guy know what exactly he's doing, right? Even as far as understanding when I'm spending money, what exactly am I spending it on? Is it going to bring back something else, or this thing is an expense? Because that also gives you a sense of what am I coming to meet the investor to ask money for, right? And in this instance, I'm painting a very broad strokes for an investor. So it might be someone giving you debt, so maybe loaning you money, or somebody saying, well, I want to buy a portion of your business. There must be a reason, right, why you want that money. And as a business owner, you must understand this money coming in, what productive value is it going to create? Because that, for me, is the most fundamental thing. And that also goes back into your record keeping. You know, they say, I think the best way I can put it is, they say, dress how you want to be addressed. Yeah. So that dressing is the accounts for your business, right? So how do you want people to look at your business? How do you want people to value your business? How you record and keep accounts is that way.
Amazing. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you. And there's never, a small business, a business that is too small to be well documented. So don't think, well, what am I really doing? There's never that time that is not important. So don't miss out and say, well, I'm just starting out. It's not really important right now. Well, thank you for sharing that. Now I'm coming to you, Mr. Aboyeji. You are an enabler. You have, empowered several startups to scale. You are the accelerator, literally, right? My question to you is, what advice will you give to entrepreneurs who are navigating the fine line between securing capital and maintaining control of their business vision?
Thank you very much for having me here. And a special...
Just pause. We don't want to lose out on that value. Okay. Please, can we work on his audio, or does he just use a handheld?
Okay. Is this working better?
Yeah. Okay, it's picked up now.
I think we're good. Thank you very much for having me here. And a special thanks to Pastor Yemi Davis for having me here. My father sends his regards. He always refers to him as his boss. So... So if you're a business owner and you want to maintain control of your business, but you also need capital, I think the first thing is to realize that the two things are not diametrically opposed to each other, right? You can actually find capital that will enable you to keep control of your business. It just depends on a few things. I think the first thing is, a lot of people believe all money is created equal. Money is green. Wherever I get it from, it's the same money. This one is just red, and this one is orange logo, But the reality is that not all money is created equal. Money has particular value and values that are attached to it. Very perceptive as an entrepreneur to understand the money you are taking. Don't just assume that the money is just there for you to use to make your business productive. Sometimes I see entrepreneurs deal. They are doing very well. Somebody is excited about their business. Rather than take the time to understand the investor and what the investor is trying to achieve. Okay. They just praise the Lord. Hallelujah. Money has come. And they rush into a deal. And ultimately that ends up in tears, because what I can assure you about every investor is they very clearly tell you what they want if you are listening from the first meeting. True. But many of us, because we're so focused on the money, we are not listening to what they are actually telling you. And also, some of us don't ask questions. We see the money, we decide, okay, we're going to go ahead, take that money. We don't ask the investor, what are you trying to achieve? Who are you? What do you want? We feel like it's arrogant for us to ask those questions. And at the end of the day, we get surprised by the money. So if you're an entrepreneur, you want to keep control of your business, I think the first thing you must do, I like that all the other suggestions I would have given have already been given. Between Coach Nancy, Benga, my big sister, Kenise, they've answered all the basic questions. I always tell people, never ever be in a position where you need investors' money to stay alive. Never, ever, ever. Do anything you can to not be in that situation. Because the moment you're in that situation, it's a trap. Good investors will look at it and they'll realize you will not make it, so they'll walk away. Bad investors will prey on you because they realize you're desperate for the money, and they will take what they really want, which is not usually profits. It is more than profits. You understand? You know how, I know this is church, even, and the Bible say, sin will take you farther than you want to go, right? It's the same thing with money you collect when you are desperate. It will take you farther than you want to go, right? So that's the first thing. Second thing, have a clear sense of what kind of investor you want on the journey with you and what role you want them to play. When you are looking at the investor, you also have a responsibility to interview them, right? You have to ask them, okay, what are you going to do for me, for real? Not just, oh, you have money. Money in and of itself, and one of the speakers alluded to it, does not create any value. And even though my auntie has separated customer financed from all the other kinds of finance, the truth is every viable business is customer financed. The only capital that does not collect interest from you is your customer. Yeah. Why? It's not because they are collecting money from you. Even if you're a loan business, it's because you are delivering a service or a product to them. So money in and of itself is not valuable. It's not a good product, right? What is valuable is what money can buy. So you have to ask yourself, okay, if I'm delivering a service, I've done a good job of building this business so far. And now somebody has come and they're offering me money. What do they want in return? And what are they going to contribute? Because they're offering you the money as a service. Understand this about investors. Investors are not offering you money for free. Yeah. It's a service to their own investors. I'm sure some of you are surprised. Investors also have investors. Most of them. So they are offering you money so that they can return a capital to their own investors. And sometimes more than capital. So for example, for me, as an investor, I'm not looking necessarily just for profits. I'm looking for profit, but as an investor, I'm also looking for businesses that deliver prosperity and purpose, meaning that they have to be aligned with where we think the world should go. Not where the world is going, but where the world should go. So we use our capital as a point of view. So if you come to me, I'm one of the few that will tell you upfront that I don't think this business is for us, even though it's a good business. But many people may not actually ask, okay, dear investor, you want returns. What are you willing to do to also generate some of those returns? In my case, I'll tell you, well, if I'm aligned with your business, best believe I understand your customer. I know all the partnerships you will need to be able to make that business thrive. I probably have talent waiting in the wings to work with you to unlock that value I see in your business. And I will also join your team. The joke in the industry is that sometimes they are not sure whether I'm running the company or it was a bad joke, but because I work on the team of the founder. Okay. I'm there, I'm selling, I'm doing everything with them. I'm building operations, I'm joining weekly meetings. If you don't have an investor that will give you more than money, walk away, because money in itself is not a product. It's the value you're creating. And then finally, you need to be, and this is more for us in church, you need to be spiritually and values aligned with the capital you take. You need to be spiritually and values aligned with the capital that you take. For me, I'm very, very selective of the capital I take. I don't just take anybody's capital. I tell people more no's than I say yes. Even like for example, in my firm, we don't do businesses with most governments as a values thing. The only government we have taken money from is the United States government. And it's because the motto is in God we trust. I'm serious. Now, maybe that changes in the future, but it wouldn't be a thoughtless thing. Every investor that gets to a certain stage in our business, before I approve, I carry the investor's name and the term sheet to my secret place, and we talk. me and God will discuss, what is this investor supposed to do? What are we doing for this investor? Why is this investor need to be involved? And sometimes, as attractive as the deal might be, I don't get approval. And what do? I go back to the investor and say, I didn't get approval. I don't tell them from where, but I say I didn't get approval from, to do this deal. So you have to be very spiritually aligned with your capital. I've seen many scenarios where a very seemingly succulent and attractive deal that a founder was given, they took it and it changed their business, it changed their life. Because you have to realize that the relationship you have with capital, at least in my business, is a minimum of 10 years. So you have to be very, very selective. So those three things, very important. Number one, never raise capital when you need it. It's a bad idea. Always raise capital when you don't need it. Number two, you have to know, apart from money, what else is that capital going to do for you, right? And then number three, you have to be spiritually aligned with the source of capital that you are raising money from. Thank you.
Wow. I mean, please give my panelists a round of applause for this first round of questions. Totally amazing. And I do hope that you're taking notes and you are listening intently. After I'm done with my round of questions that I prepared for them, we will come into the audience to take about 2 or 3 questions, depending on how much time we have and how much, is permissible. But I'll come back to you, Kenneth. Now, you've talked about, some opportunities that exist through the U.S.-Nigeria bilateral relationship. We want to drive it a little further by asking you how entrepreneurs in the room can actually position themselves for those things you've talked about.
So I think Pastor Yemi put us on a good foot with the message that he delivered. So the skills and the value proposition, that you have can only take you so far, right? It can take you to the capital, or maybe not. But it's your character, right, that gets you to where you want to go ultimately, right? And so I would say that, what everyone just said is very important to think about, before you go to access capital. Like, especially from a U.S. standpoint. So I talked about how we're looking at certain segments. So we're looking at women entrepreneurs, but ag, healthcare, transportation even, energy. Like there are several sectors that we're looking at. But also what we want to make sure is your solution delivering impact? So we're very forward leaning on private sector led growth. And so the Microsofts, the Googles, the Metas, they didn't start off as big as they are. They started off in a garage with an idea, right? And so there were investors who believed in them, but it was also their character, their tenacity, in addition to their knowledge that got them where they are. And so what I'm saying to you all is no one will believe in your idea, your product as much as you. I feel that with, 6 of the 10 African unicorns originating from Nigeria, you've got it, right? You've got that secret sauce, you've got that tenacity, that energy, that stick-to-itiveness. So I would encourage you all to get mentors. I would encourage you all, you might not be able to access E directly, but you see him here today, you hear what he's saying. And so he could still be your mentor, whether or not he is in reality or not, because you see him out in public. So I would encourage you all to set your eyes on a person who's doing and achieving those things that you seek to achieve, and then try to make sure that you have the longevity to be able to outlast and to stick to the point of where you too could, potentially receive an exit and become a unicorn or get the type of scaling that you want. And so back to some of the programs that we have, they, as Eve was saying, they don't just come with money. Some are grants, so you don't have to pay them back. But those that are debt, or even with the grants, they come with access to networking, but also improving your skill base, and also setting you up for success so that it's not, a situation of where you get that first capital, you don't know how to use it or leverage it to make it last, so that you have a strong business. So in closing, I just will say that, it's important that you focus in on the impact of your business. There are so many opportunities, I won't say problems or challenges, there are so many opportunities for you to latch on to, so that you have your stake at the pie. I want you to think about this not in terms of lack or in terms of, a dearth of opportunities or a lack of opportunities, but really there's enough for everybody. I think you should all think about your entrepreneurship journey in terms of an abundance mindset, because I'm speaking for myself now, not to, get too spiritual about it, but I feel that God has put in each of you your own goals, your own ideas, your own journey, your own particular thing that only you can do. Your unique identifier that makes you, you. Your unique identifier, I'm looking at Benjamin right now. Your unique thing that makes Benjamin, Benjamin. And so nobody can do that better than you. So lean into that, and I think that, being properly aligned with the supporters who are going to back you into getting to where you're supposed to be, there's nothing that you can't do, right? There's a proverb that talks about, how two can go greater. There's a scripture that talks about how, one could put 1,000 to flight, two could put 10,000 to flight. That's partnership, right? And so you want to align yourself with those people that get you to where you're trying to go. So I hope I stayed on the message and answered the question.
Thank you very much, Sushi. I think one thing that stands out for me is that you should focus on your value proposition. Focus on that value that you're adding. I mean, again, Pastor Yemi touched on that as well. So we're all just, speaking to key messaging here. Your value proposition is important. Now, Mr. Omalukun, this is a very interesting question. How or what advice would you give to anyone who's starting out a business? So what is the foundational things they should note? Anyone who is in the room who says, I'm tired of my 9 to 5, I want to start a business, I have this idea. What are the first, maybe 5 things they should note before venturing into entrepreneurship or starting out a business?
Okay. I don't know if I can say 5 things, but...
Well, 10, 20.
I think the first question is why. Because a lot of times people assume... I think we've romanticized and we've sort of put business owners on a certain pedestal that these guys have money, they can do whatever it is that they want to do. They are not held to the same rules that, say, I as an employee am held to, right? So the question is why? A 9 to 5, as a business owner, well, at least for most 9 to 5s, you resume at maybe 8:30, you close at maybe 6, maybe 7, maybe 8, but at least there's a defined time, right? In terms of responsibilities, it's capped. You're responsible to your employer, what you're supposed to do, what you're supposed to deliver. Why do you want to leave that and become an entrepreneur? Because it's not easy, right? Because it's no longer a 9 to 5. It's a 24-hour thing. You now have people's lives you are responsible for. As an employee, you could actually say, well, if Oga doesn't pay me, if Madam doesn't pay me, I'll drop my pen, I'll drop the laptop, and I'll go look for another job. I'm sure we all have stories of friends that maybe they had some horrible boss situation and they didn't even resign. They just sent their laptop to the office using GoCada or some delivery service and never showed up again, right? Imagine you were that person's employer. Why do you want to do this, right? So if your motivation or your conviction isn't strong enough, the reality is you would take your resources, you will take your family and friends' resources, you will take investors' resources, you start up a business, and you find out that, look, maybe after 2 years, I beg, I don't want to do this, right? Depending on the nature of the business you're in, state government officials will come and meet you. Federal government officials will come and meet you. When we start talking about taxes, when we start talking about employees, that's when you now realize that one of the hardest things to do in business might not really be the business itself, but actually managing people. Then maybe you think back about when you were an employee and you have pity on your employer, it is hard. So that said, it's important that you understand, why do I want to do this, right? So let's say your motivation and your conviction is sure. First thing is, we all see, and there's this popular saying, there's a gap in the market, right? There's this thing nobody is doing, everybody is complaining about this, but ask yourself, is there a market in that gap? Yeah. Because there's something called the wisdom of the crowd, right? It's not always right. There are innovative ways to do things, but you must understand, is my solution unique? What are the real problems here? And would my solution actually make a difference or make a change? Again, it goes back to your conviction, because it goes back to your staying power, right? So, and guess what? There are so many businesses out there that there are so many people doing. It doesn't mean that there is no opportunity. There is an opportunity. Am I providing the exact same solution? Yes. Every single day there's a new restaurant springing up somewhere, and they do well. So you must understand the nature of the market you're going into. Is there a value proposition here that would ensure if I put in 5 naira or 10 naira, I will make 10 naira plus 2, right? Then you must understand the numbers. I know a lot of people that fall in love with the idea of a business and want to start a business. Please, being in love with an idea or saying, well, I'm the best, I can decorate anything, right? I'm the best person at doing that. The business sense required to achieve most of these things are actually different from the idea. I was speaking to one of the earlier directors of OPE, and he was telling me about some of the ads they used to run. So I'm sure a lot of us have seen all these very tacky ads on Instagram, and you're like, couldn't you hire a graphic designer? And he told me that, look, they found out that those were their best performing ads. So they were creating those ads very specifically that way. They were creating them in a tacky manner in the early days because they were getting results from it. Wow. But you and I will sit down and be like, what rubbish is this? What are these people doing? But there's a science to some of these things. So you must understand why you're doing this thing. Again, like I start just trying to recap. Do I really want to leave this job, this security for insecurity? What is your motivation? Would you have staying power? Because once you collect money from people, my brother, you have to deliver, right? Because there's my former partner used to say, there's a thin line between someone who is a thief and someone who has just lost money, right? So if you take money from people and you lose it, depending on how you lose it, you're either a thief or, well, you're someone who has learned a lesson, right? So what is your motivation? Do you have staying power? This area you want to go and build a business in, what is the opportunity? Have you really analyzed it? Have people done this before? What were the lessons? Who is doing it now? What are they doing differently? What am I going to do differently? Am I going to take this concept, take it somewhere else, 20 kilometers from the next person doing it, and deliver differently? And it could simply just be that I have exceptional customer skills, right? I will treat my customers a lot better than the next person is. And then I think finally, also trying to tie it back to what I had said earlier, record keeping. What is the long term? A lot of times, and depending on the kind of business you're starting, I think in the more fintech circles, you see a lot of people trying to start businesses with the exit in mind. I think personally, and this is my personal view, I think that's the wrong mindset, right? If I start a business with the immediate objective that I want to sell it, the kind of decisions you will take will be different, right? You will make quicker decisions around things that that are not long-term focused. And the reality is, not all businesses should survive into eternity. Growing up, I knew a lot of people, and I think even my dad included, that ran businesses just to be able to pay your school fees, get you to a certain point in life, and retire and know that, look, I've saved enough to do all I want to do. Not everybody wants to found 2 unicorns like my friend here, right? It's okay to say, I want to run a restaurant business just to pay for this. 1 + 1, I think for me, that's the most important thing in running a business. 1 + 1 must be 2. If I'm collecting 10 naira from you, how much am I spending to be able to get that 10 naira back? How long does it take me to get that 10 naira back? Because that starts helping you figure out, who can I collect money from? Can I borrow from a bank? Can I borrow from an alternative lender? And can I go to my friends? And I like what Nancy said earlier. At the end of the day, running a business is about trust, right? Can I trust you? It's about character. If you are a terrible employee, best believe that there are people that understand that this guy is not a right guy. So tomorrow, when you now wake up and say, I'm done with this boss, I'm going to start my own business, your guys are still going to look at you and say, this terrible guy. Okay, let's see. We'll be watching, right? So character is important. Can you build trust? In the short term, in the long term, is very important at the end of the day. And I apologize to the tailors and the guys in fashion here, but I think it's a common example, right? When you have a wedding and you give your tailor your material and say, please sew. If I can trust that my tailor would deliver in 2 weeks, if he tells me 1 week and he means 2 weeks, and I know that that's the way this guy operates, I can trust it. You're comfortable, right? You then know that, okay, I must always give this guy 2 weeks before. Yeah. But if you know that this guy, every time, we all have those, we have our main tailor, we have our backup tailor. That's when our main tailor is not around, you know that your backup tailor, you have to be on the person, right? But you know your main tailor, if I give the guy 2 days before, he or she will deliver. But this backup tailor, I have to go and sit down, we have to sew this cloth together, right? So trust and character, I think for me, those are I'll say that's the foundation of starting a business, and then a lot of other things come together.
Wow, thank you very much. Thank you. Critical, you must ask yourself the why question, and don't lie to yourself. Why? What is your why? Why are you starting it? Why? Thank you very much. Coach Nancy, you were nodding a lot and very, just in agreement with a lot of things he said. Is there anything you'd like to add to this particular question as we start to wrap up so we can take at least 2 questions from the audience?
What I would just add is he has said a lot, and I love what he has said. I concur with him. I just wanted to say, for business owners out there, the advice I have for them is that they must love these 3 things. Number 1, you must know your numbers. He has said it all the time. I tell people, numbers is the language of business. If you don't know your numbers, just like you don't know how to speak English, as we are speaking here, you would think all we are saying is jargons. The same thing with numbers. So if you don't understand numbers, you cannot truly succeed in your business. And if you know you are not somebody that loves numbers, like get somebody to manage it just as he has suggested. Somebody that is good with that you can trust while you are doing maybe your passion, you are the one making the dress. You have to understand numbers. Numbers is the language of business. Number 2 is you must love sales. If you are in business or as a business owner, you are just starting and you are saying, I don't like sales, you are in the wrong profession. Especially at the beginning that you are just starting. Because you cannot hire anyone at that time. But if you are starting big and you can hire a salespeople, no problem. You can still scale. They can help you. But if you are just starting and you cannot sell and you say you are shy, business is not your thing, no. Because you must understand that sales is very important. It's the lifeblood of your business. If you are not selling, you are going to go bankrupt soon. So you must sell the product that you have produced, or you must sell whatever services you are rendering to actually continue to sustain your business. And we need to understand that visibility is what brings sales. If you stay in your house and you are not visible, a lot of people just assume that money will just come from heaven. I have a business now. My office is fine. You will not sell a dime if you are not visible. You have to ensure that you are visible to people, the right people that need you. That's why social media is very powerful. But yet, the alternate market is still working. So you must be visible. I remember when I started business, I was actually, I didn't have anything. I was not ashamed of anything. You must be shameless, like to market your brand. Market it shamelessly. I'm just launching a new product and just entering into the product. We have started getting orders. And people ask, why are you getting the customer? You must market to people. You have to go out, all out, to get the orders. As I send my orders to my team, they're like, how are you getting these people? You must go out and get people to buy. That's the only way you can make that money. And that's the only guarantee that your business will be sustainable. And the last one is your people. Love people. Love your customers. Love your staff. Pastor said something about treating your staff well. He did a research. All the people that are doing their staff, you don't have to pay your staff all the money in this world, but treat people right. Give them that sense of belonging. It's not about the money alone. People don't want to work in an unstructured place. Most small business owners are too unstructured. Today you are doing this thing right. Tomorrow they come, they are shouting. Next week. So the people are even confused that I don't know what this man wants to. I'm confused. So love your people. And loving your customer is giving them the right value, the right quality. Because those things we tell after a few years. That's why we say a lot of businesses don't scale more than 5 years. You won't scale if you are not truthful, if you are deceitful. Don't worry, they will be buying. But sooner or later, someone will open beside you and they will just move on to that place. That's what I will add.
They will find an alternative, so you must keep your customers, retain them. Right. Thank you so much to all my panelists. We have a few minutes before we tidy this up. Do we have any questions on the floor? We can take about 2. All right. So I saw your hand first, the gentleman.
Where?
And yes, so I think
we have some people here too, but let's start from there.
Okay, so we'll do, my panel is balanced, 2 female, 2 males. We will do 1 man here and 1 woman from this side.
All right. Thank you. Your question, straight to the point.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so my questions, I have 2 questions, right? So the first one is this, right? You spoke about, almost all speakers spoke about character proposition, value proposition, right? So it takes a while before you build up character and you receive trainings, come to conferences like this. So at what point, right, do you realize or recognize and identify that it's time to break out, it's time to enter into the street, it's time to enter into this business? And what are the signs? Like, what signs do you see and say, okay, it's high time, right? So that is the first one. Why the second one is this? For example, you have a customer that patronized you last year, and then this year, because of the inflation of prices and all, right, you get them being reluctant, right? So what are the strategies to retain those customers? What are the strategies to keep these customers patronizing you? So those are my 3.
Thank you very much. So Damola, whilst you're going there, I would allow Mr. Omoto to answer that, and if Inyi or any of my other panelists have anything they want to contribute, please.
Okay, so to the first question, what are the signs? I think, again, we're in church, right? So it's important that you're also spiritual about this, right? What are your convictions? Are you pray? I think that's one important thing to do. And besides the spiritual part as well, engage, talk to people. I see a lot of business owners so often do not want to discuss their ideas with people. And man is not an island. You can't be an island and figure out everything on your own. If you don't engage, you will not get good feedback, right? And that cuts across whether it's a large business you're going to work on or if it's a small business, right? Because the people you're talking to, you're doing 2 things. And again, I think there's a reason why the coach is sitting next to me, and that's why you're also a coach, right? Because she said quite a lot, right? If you can't sell, my brother, I think you can't be an expert and say, well, I know how to nail this hammer. I'm the best at nailing this hammer. You might be the best at nailing his hammer, but if everybody else doesn't know, it really doesn't matter. Nobody is going to pay you to nail the hammer, right? So there is a lot. I don't think there's any specific thing. Pray, engage people, talk to a lot of people, sell your ideas, because those people you're talking to might be your first customers, right? Because if you convince them that, well, there's this thing I want to do, they will ask you about it as well. To your point about character, I don't think it's you. There's no time to start building character. How were you to your friends when you were in school, when you were working? Can they see maybe, and again, our past is our past, right?
Yeah.
Old things are passed away, all things have become new, right? So, but when you were in school, you still see those guys who are like, this guy in school, he used to party, he used to spend a lot of money, he wasn't serious, right? What have you done since then? Have you transitioned? Because that is the character. Are you someone that cares about people? A lot of businesses don't like their customers. And I say this because a customer comes and complains and you're shouting at the customer, or you're accusing the customer of being a criminal. Not to say that there are no criminals that will try to swerve you, but if you genuinely care about the customer, you try and figure it out. So on the question to character, you have to start now. It's, are you different from what it is that you were? You have to show people that you can trust me with money. Are you the kind of guy that they'll send money from abroad and you put it in your pocket rather than helping them build the house? Or you render accounts? A lot of us don't like to be accountable. Are you accountable? Because are you accountable to your customers? Are you accountable to yourself? Right? So I think those are the important things. Then to the other question about a customer that patronized you last year that has stopped, have you asked why? The economy, yes, it's affecting everybody, but yes, the economy is also affecting you.
Yes.
And in some instances, it might mean you should pivot as well. If you recall, for a lot of the people that are much older than 30, when we were much younger, there were no sachets, right? There was only tin, the peak milk, the needles. There were those big tins or the medium tins. And the economy got terrible. And all of a sudden, you have a company called Promasidor that came out with cowbell sachets. Promasidor was the first company that started making cowbell sachets. And everybody moved there, right? So it's also telling you something. Maybe the price point of your product is too expensive. Depending on what your product is, perhaps you should reduce the quantity. Biscuits, those days used to be maybe 4 or 5. Now there are 3. In some instances 2 as well, right? There's a reason for that, right? So think about, why has the customer left you? Is it purely economic? Because sometimes people do pay premium for services that they really want, right? So more often than not, it might not just be the money. It might also be perhaps the nature of the service, how you're delivering the service. But the best way to do this is engage your customers. Ask questions. What's going on? Where are they gravitating towards? What's my business doing? Can I replicate that? Can I do it better than they are doing it? But again, in closing, I would say, if you deliver fantastic customer service, most times people will pay a premium to stay with you, right? So it's important that you also understand what exceptional customer service will mean to the customer segments that you're serving.
Thank you very much, Mr. Omaluku. A round of applause for him, please. Coach Nancy, Kenneth, we're good. Thank you. All right, so we'll take that final question very quickly, and then we'll wrap this up.
Okay, so my question is for the economic chief and also for me. So this is my question. How do you support businesses, especially those dealing with cross-border activities, like sharing of information, cross-border information, where I'm very interested? And how do you address challenges related to policy harmonization, regulatory compliance, and fostering trust among international stakeholders? And that's for the economic shift.
So if I understand your question correctly, you said the first one, how do we, what was the first one?
So how do you support businesses that into activities of cross-border information sharing.
Okay.
How do you harmonize policy, trust, fostering trust?
Okay.
Yes.
So one of the things that we also do is advocacy. So I don't know if any of you are U.S. incorporated businesses, but if so, we have the American Business Council, and the ABC works to help advance the objectives of the U.S. corporations that are here in Nigeria. And the way that they do that is through advocacy. Our U.S. Commercial Service also does that. Our U.S. Department of Commerce is our trade ministry, basically. And so as a part of our advocacy work, we help our U.S. companies with their issues related to regulatory compliance and any other enabling environment type issue. And so we look at that from an angle of how can we help the governments where we are doing, business or prevalent to improve the enabling business environment so that it's conducive for U.S. businesses to grow in that environment. And vice versa, we also provide opportunities for Nigerian businesses that are looking, to scale to the United States. And so we help those businesses by helping them not only set up in the U.S., but to navigate the enabling environment so that they can have business, running effectively there. So I would encourage you all to look at what we call the Select USA Summit. So if you are interested in opening your business in the U.S., that is one of the tools that we have to help you navigate our business environment, which I will say is known as one of the most business-friendly in the world. But we work, like I said, with our Nigerian partners and the government partners to make sure that the enabling environment is conducive here for our U.S. businesses, be them a startup or a large corporation, to be able to operate in the Nigerian environment. So I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, you have, ma'am. Thank you very much. I have a question for you. Can I take it? I said it in the beginning, I have a question for you. Yes. So, as a perfectionist, how do you balance going to the market quickly with your product, and especially in a space where it's very, very competitive? How do you balance it? I just want it to be perfect. I want my I's dotted, my T's crossed. How do you balance going to the market quickly and getting a very good product?
Yeah. Thank you. That's a good question. How do you balance going to the market quickly versus getting a good product? The truth is, the first version of your product you put out in the market will be bad. It will be the worst version. If you're doing it right, and the first version of your product you put out is good or better than future versions, you are growing in reverse. Huh? So once you accept that as a fact, what you want to be able to do is you want to work with one customer. I always say a good startup is a one customer business. One customer. And then you build your product with that customer, almost like you're a consultant, until it's perfect. Then you look for other customers like that one customer, right? You figure out what do you need to tweak so you can scale the business with more customers before you now show yourself in the public. One of the mistakes I see a lot of businesses make is that they are too quick to be in the open. And that's not God's pattern for business, right? If you go and look in the Bible, even Saul was anointed, right? A few months before lots were cast to bring him out in the open. David is even the more interesting one. David was anointed as king of Israel I think, almost 30 years before he assumed the throne. So there are many of you who are building business for Instagram, not for your customer. Right? It's a bragging right. But you don't understand your customer. It's very apparent to an investor who knows customers. It's very apparent to everybody that you don't really understand what you're doing. You have to really calm down, leave the Instagram alone for a while, build the business, then you come out. I will end with just one example, because I know our time is short. If you notice, before I come out with a business, I go into hiding for a year. I'm not on social media, I'm not on anything. I just sit down and I build my business for a year before you see me anywhere, right? Why is that? Because that year, you don't want any infiltration or adulteration to come in. When I was building Flutterwave, I sat down for a year with Access Bank, build the product for them. They were my only customer for a whole year. When we finished building for Access Bank, that was when we now started talking about our products, because working with Access Bank allowed us to understand what the customer's actual pain is, that even they did not understand was a pain for them. So when we're talking, other banks could understand the issues we were raising. Other customers could understand the issues we were raising. We're not just talking amiss, right? Same thing, even with my current business, Accelerate, where I spend most of my time. If you notice, I don't do advertisement for Accelerate, right? Except for people to apply. I'm not looking for partners. My only sponsor is my big auntie here, thanks to the US government. I have one sponsor. I don't have any. A lot of people have come to me, hey, partner. I said, no problem. When it's time, I'll call you. Why? I have one customer. I want to understand what it means to build an accelerator for founders very deeply. Now, okay, we're now getting to that point where I can now start sharing and so on. So the pattern of building a great business is to work with one customer until you know the customer's problem intimately. You look for other customers that look like that customer. Then you can now start marketing, because you will not be talking amiss. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Does that answer your question? Thank you. Unfortunately, we won't be able to take any further questions, but I think this has been an absolutely insightful session. Please, one more time, give a round of applause to my panelists. We literally had a master class on stage. I'd like to invite the Global Lead Pastor of the Global Impact Church to please join us for a group picture with all of, no questions for you, Pastor Yemi, with all my panelists. Thank you so much for such a powerful session this morning.
Can we put our hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. Thank you. That was a session full of insights and full of very valuable information they shared from their wealth of knowledge, and we benefited from their years of expertise. One more time, can we please put our hands together for them? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
All right, thank you. As they exit the stage, please sustain the applause till they get to their seats. Thank you very much. And of course, the second panel will commence shortly. We have all of our speakers here, and we're looking forward to a really good conversation.
I think the moderator also deserves a round of applause. Can we put our hands together for Moji? All right, we have a video that is going to pop up on the screen at this time. And that video is about the Impact Hub. And so we'd like you all to please focus on the screen as we watch this right now. Thank you.
Welcome to Impact Hub, Brought to you by the Global Impact Business Community, a community built for change makers, innovators, and visionaries like you. More than a workspace, a hub that empowers entrepreneurs to turn ideas into impactful realities. With access to world-class resources, mentorship, and a vibrant network, we bridge the gap between ambition and achievement. This platform helps anyone to connect with businesses, partners, customers, learn from the community through impact stories, mentors through mentor, and from carefully curated content aimed at equipping you for the future you're building. Capital, access talents, inventors, and of course, capital from the hub. The future starts here. Join us and let's shape a better tomorrow together at the hub. Visit www.gibc.ng. Impact Hub, where impact meets innovation.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the second panel is going to happen in a few minutes. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Pastor Bimbo Davis. Can we put our hands together for her? Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. Something that recorded a lot when our panelists were speaking were numbers. Numbers. Yeah. Said numbers is as good as running a business. But one thing that gave me hope again is the fact that they said numbers does not necessarily mean mathematics. Because for somebody like me, and also Moji made mention of that our biggest challenge in school was mathematics. I don't know if we have witnesses in the house. My mathematics teacher scared me a lot. He gave me some level of traumatic disorder because the man could enter the class and ask a question that we suspected he himself did not know. Can say, you stand up with that calculator, 82 times 904. Sir, were you keeping malice with me? With that calculator. And if you don't know it, the way we beat us. And you know, in every class, there was always that guy that knew all the maths in class. Thick glasses that has rope. They are always sitting in front. He knows all the maths. When they will give us question, x into x minus x raised over x is equal to x, find x. So which type of problem is this one? The guy is already in number 3. And you are still in number 1. Before you know it, he will bring out calculator. He will not bring out ordinary calculator. He will bring out what now? Scientific calculator. You say, where did they ask us to press calculator in this question? Before you know it, he will bring out math set. And you are still in number 1. He will not start using normal part of math set like eraser and pencil. He will be using protractor, divider. He will be drawing circle. Who asked us to draw circle in this question? Before you know it, he will bring out 4-figure table. And you are still in number 1. Before you know it, he will bring out graph book. And you are still trying to figure out yourself. After a few minutes, he will raise up his hand. He will say, what happened? You say extra sheet. God will judge you. You know, I don't know if you have ever taken your time to watch movies. We are moving into a creative segment right now. Have you ever, you have taken your time to watch movies across the world? I took my time at a time to conduct some comparative study on movies across the world. And I discovered that different parts of the world think differently. And our approaches to movies differ from country to country. For example, if you watch an American movie, their movies are always straight to the point. The only challenge is that a 50-story building will explode. Only the actor will come out, nothing will happen to him. How he does it, I cannot explain. 50 people will be shooting one person. One bullet will not touch him. When they want to do the advert or their thriller, you hear something like this. In the city of Honolulu, there was a man who had two sons until one day, double the action. You will not see fire chasing the actor from behind. You will not be running with slow motion. Now showing at cinemas. That is the end. I stopped watching them and I moved to Chinese movies. But there I learned that those ones don't believe that vengeance is of the Lord. They can revenge. 30 years after, one guy will just go and meet his master, Master Lee. Yes, sir. That man killed my uncle. I want to revenge. Now until we say, go. If we want to kick somebody in Moe Bafo from here, it will take off from the pan of his house, off your TV. 2 weeks after, turn it on, it's still flying. I stopped watching it. Then I moved to all those Mexican soap operas of the past. All those When You Are Mine and the likes. I enjoyed them. There are certain names that were very popular then, the likes of Eduardo, Alejandro. Those ones, the problem I have with them is that they always speak English, but their mouth does not correspond to what they are saying. You'll be hearing something like this. Watch the screen. Alejandro. Alejandro, I checked you yesterday, but you were not there. Where did you go? And for 3 weeks, they are giving you suspense. I stopped watching it because the suspense is always too high. Then I switched. I tried my hands on all this Korean drama, this K-drama. I stopped watching them because somebody will just want to fall down. Ordinary fall down. They will do 3-dimension scene. You will fall down like this. You will fall down like this. You just fall down and let us continue. They will fall down in 3 different. They will do 3-factor authentication. What happened? Then I had to switch to a special one that I really like. India movies. You know, they are better now. Before, it's only in an India movie, they will first sing before they rob a bank. They can sing for anything. They are under pressure, they sing. They are sad, they sing. You see one lady with Amyolong at the center of her eye. She will come out of flower. You will just hear something like this. Our husband that is in traffic on the island, he will hear the voice. I need to just join her. The problem is that 50 people will come out from nowhere. They will be doing choreography. Where did they come from? Who called them? I stopped watching them. Then I moved to my beautiful country. You know, now we can go to the cinemas to watch Nigerian movie. Before, it's only in a Nigerian movie, a woman wants to poison her husband. You put poison in the food and she will taste it. Omaku. 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 She will taste it. It's only in a Nigerian movie somebody want to cross express. A ghost want to cross express. You see trailer coming. You say, let me go and pass pedestrian bridge. It's only in a Nigerian movie that native doctor used to use projector. You just hear, they can show you everything about the person's history. It's only in a Nigerian movie that they will shoot somebody in the eye. You will see blood on the chest. By the time they show the person in the hospital, they will hang the leg. That was then or not now. You don't want to do the advert. Maybe they believe that shouting will get your attention. Then, no, not now. You first start with a small song. You will think everything is well. Cinema tutun wole oh what what are you shouting for? What happened? What are you saying, sir? Calm down. Or do like they will just come out from nowhere. Just hear mommy. Emma bami she I want what's sorry? What the grab your copy. So you are here too. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for yourselves as I invite Moji to come forward again for the next panel session. And after that, we are going to have the next raffle. And somebody is going to be winning. Let's continue.
We won't tell them. No, 2 persons actually. We have 2. 2 persons will be going home with a larger sum of money. Did you enjoy the very first panel conversation? Please celebrate my panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And you know what they say, it gets even better. Now we have another panel conversation, and I'll be moderating this as well. We'll be speaking to small to great, and I'm sure everyone here again wants to scale. Everyone wants to grow their businesses. You want to grow even in your career, or if you're a student, you want to grow. Growth is a part of life, no matter what phase of life you're in. Now, I have the honor of bringing up all my panelists. I mean, they need no introduction, but I will still introduce them because, like we said, when we read their bios, it's not because we have to do it. It's because even in reading their bios, you already start to get inspired. Are we ready? That's not the energy I was expecting. Are we ready? Perfect. Now, so I will bring up my panelists, and I'm excited to do this. I'll start by bringing up a woman who needs absolutely no introduction. Even if I asked you all to close your eyes, if she walked past you, you will feel her energy. The founder and chief executive officer of Zafire Events Group, a pioneer in Nigeria's events industry with over 20 years of experience. She has successfully executed over 5,000 events worldwide and authored the Essential Bridal Handbook through initiatives like the Event Experience Africa, which I hosted last year, beg your pardon, and the Zafire Training Academy. She has trained over 500 event professionals and empowered entrepreneurs in the industry. She's recognized globally, including being one of BBC's 100 most inspirational women. She's celebrated for her innovative contributions. Her active role in shaping the future of event planning and commitment to societal impact is exceptional. Now, this woman, again, needs an introduction, but do we have someone who can sing? Because she has to dance off stage. You know that if she does not dance off stage, I don't know how we would have this conversation. Any DJ, okay, I'll do it. What song should we sing for her to dance up? We're going to do it together. What song? What song do you want? FB, what song? What?
Nearby, if you look okay.
Okay, Damola Shebi, you were entertaining us here. Please sing for her to come up stage.
It's the only thing I can sing is the national anthem. I don't know. All right, which song can we sing?
Who's your guy? She'll just be singing. Not only you are like.
Can we clap?
Hey, see as we did like beans. I told you she would dance. We will never leave your side. We will never ever. We dedicate.
Give me the vibe.
Very
Give
good
me
to
the
see
ginger.
you, ma'am.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the one, the only Funke Bokno Obruthe. Auntie Funke, we're really, really happy to have you here today. Make some noise, make some noise. You're allowed to. Thank you. Now, before I bring up this gentleman, I've never heard him speak. But Damola has, and he's been going on and on about how wise this man is. And I'm truly honored to be here today to bring him up stage. I mean, another man who needs absolutely no introduction. He's born Olumide Ogunade, but we know him as ID Kabasa. He's a renowned music producer, songwriter, and entrepreneur, widely celebrated as one of the pioneers in the modern Nigerian music industry. As the founder of Coded Tunes, a groundbreaking record label, he played a key role in launching the careers of iconic artists like Olamide, Nice, and Adekunle Gold. With over 2 decades in the music industry, he has produced numerous award-winning tracks, most of which have become cultural anthems in Nigeria. His innovative sound and commitment to excellence have earned him recognition as a transformative figure in African music. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome on stage ID Kabasa, also known as Olumide Ogunade. You see what I did there? His real name is ID Kabasa, but his nickname is Olumide Ogunade. And I just flipped it. Thank you. And finally, but again, by no means the least, to join us is a visionary entrepreneur and tech leader with a strong track record of building innovative companies. He's the CEO of Lenco, a YC-backed financial technology company revolutionizing business banking in Africa. Previously co-founded Oga Venue, Nigeria's largest online event venue booking platform, and Oga Hotels, driving digital transformation in the hospitality industry. He's a seasoned product evangelist. He has consistently delivered groundbreaking solutions that address critical market needs. He's recognized as one of Africa's top 10 Young Visionary Fellows by India Africa. His dedication to innovation and business growth continues to make a significant impact across industries. Please, let's make welcome AA. And I say AA because I can't pronounce his surname. Let's make welcome Andrew. He would help me with the pronunciation on stage when we get here. Thank you so much to my distinguished panelists. I'm looking forward to a truly insightful conversation today. But before we start, let's give these veterans and legends a round of applause as we get on the conversation on small to great, building businesses that matter. Let me start. Mr. Andrew, please help me with the pronunciation of your surname. Okay, exactly what he said is what it is. Thank you very much. All right, let's get on with this conversation. You can do great things from a small place. We've heard it over and again. But let's hear from these industry giants who have not only done small things, but they have done even great and mighty things. And we'll be speaking with them today. I'll start with FBO. Now, you are a pioneer in the events planning industry. Like, there's no way we will talk about event planning in Nigeria and not mention your name. What were the key principles or strategies that helped you scale Sapphire Events from a small business to what is now a global name? I mean, I'm sure she just flew into the country this morning because Auntie Funke is planning events across the world, like globally, from, born local, going global, and gone, not even going, gone global. So please tell us some of the strategies that helped you to scale Sapphire Events from what you built here in Nigeria to what it is now.
Done. Okay, good, great. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me. I am so honored. And it's not a cliche. Everybody says I'm honored. It's not, it's real. I'm very honored. It's my first time stepping into this auditorium, this church. I've known your pastor, but I'm just happy. So thank you. And it's so beautiful. Oh my goodness. Anyway, so basically, for anyone for me or for Sapphire Events, strategies that have helped us from going small to great or even just being, global. The key thing for anyone, and I would say to anyone here, is you must have a clear vision of what you want to do or why you are doing what you're doing. Now, you may not even have, your vision may not be clear at first. And why I like to say that sometimes for people is, we think that everything has to be perfect before we begin a journey. So you may have a vision, you may have an idea of a problem you want to solve. The first thing was, there was a problem that I saw in the events industry 22 years ago. And that was the problem of people who were just stressed planning their wedding, planning their events. So I said to myself, I just need to ensure that we take the stress off people. That was the first vision. But along the way, the business began to grow and the vision changed. So that's one thing I also want to emphasize here, that you can have a vision, but your vision, you can actually modify it as the business grows with your strategies, etc. Know your why. Why are you doing what you're doing? One of the reasons I said to you was, I wanted to take the stress off people. I wanted to make people happy. I felt that people needed to have joy. So if you're planning an event, you should be happy. Even if it was a funeral. Because when you're planning funerals, it's a sad moment. But as an event entrepreneur or an event planner, you can help them find joy in those moments. You can help them navigate those emotional moments. So making sure that people were happy was another why. So clearly understanding your why is very critical. Now you've understood your why and you need to begin to grow this business. What is the next step? Next step for me was, how do I put structure? How do I put systems? How do I put processes in place to ensure that this business can be sustained? Don't forget, I'm a human being. I've been doing something since I was 25 or 23. Now, maybe I'm about over 40. I don't want to, don't mind me actually. 48, I can say my age. But you've been doing this for over 23 years, and you're wondering to yourself, how will you sustain this business if you think that it's all about your personal energy? So it was very important that I put in systems, structure, processes from the very beginning. Now, it wasn't perfect. A lot of us also think that we must do, the way you see the big organizations, it must be like that. No. What it was have a clear vision in mind. This is where you want to go. So these are the things you need. You need to ensure that everybody knows what to do in the organization. This is what we do when a client calls us. This is what happens when you go for an event. Every single thing must have a process. So there was systems, processes, and it took me time to put it together. That was number 2. Number 3 was also ensuring that as you've done systems, you've done processes, you've done, structure. You need people, right? You can't do it by yourself. You can't do everything by yourself. So I was very big on ensuring that I built and empowered people. So you need to have a team that you can build, you empower, you train, you correct, you coach, you guide. You are allowed to make mistakes. A lot of us are scared. We don't want people to feel like, oh my goodness, our people have failed. They will fail because you are failing. So your people will fail. But it's so important that you empower your team. I'm very big on that, empowering the team. And then, of course, the next thing is making sure that you have clients. If you have a business and there's no clients, how will you run it? So understanding your client, understanding the market, understanding that the generation will continue to change. I said 22 years, Abi. What does that mean? It means the generation changes. How do you answer the question for each generation? It's something that you must always brainstorm with your team. Always strategize. Those are some of the things. Positioning. Me, I knew that I didn't want to stay in Lagos, Nigeria. I wanted to be global. How do you stay global? Even when I wanted to be global, I didn't have visa. So, but how do you stay global? Key thing is impact your environment first. Do it well here, then you can begin to export. So that's why you must have built enough structures. And then how do you begin to position yourself? How do you begin to position the brand? You need to let people know this is what you do, which is marketing. We are very big on that, just ensuring that people know what we do, things like that. Sorry, I don't want to talk to, I don't know how many minutes do I have for this?
And to forget, we are listening, we're taking
Okay,
notes.
sorry. Because we are like 2 more people. But of course, you begin to understand your market, you build your market, you check your market, basically. And then, of course, I talked about the generation, right? Answering every generation. When I started, it was my friends that were getting married. Now, it's my friends. I don't want to even say it's not their children, but it's their aunties. If you understand what I'm saying. So how do you become someone, a brand that every generation goes to? Very important. That was reinvention. You have to constantly reinvent. Constantly. I remember years ago when I started, I told somebody I would never wear trainers and I would not wear Crocs. Now I wear trainers and Crocs. Why? Why do you think? Because I'm trying to adapt to the younger generation. I want them to see me. I want them to relate with the brand. I want them to see the brand as a cool brand. And if you do not reinvent, you will die. Is it that you innovate? If you don't innovate, you will die. That is why till today, as at this week, or even I've just come back from Qatar. Why? Because we were called to come and visit Qatar to see how it is. And I'm thinking, but I've been doing this for, why are they not calling the younger ones? That's because the brand is still relevant. You must stay relevant over the years, over and over. So those are some of the strategies. Always think of how you can innovate, perfecting your craft. This one I need to add. Making sure that what you do it so well that nobody else can do it like you. And I think I'll close with that.
Wow. First of all, it's always the energy and the passion for me. Then you now listen to the nuggets and the words of wisdom that are being dropped. You have to be excellent. That's what it is. And in being excellent, you're staying relevant, you're reinventing yourself and making sure that you don't go extinct. Thank you so much, and forget for sharing that. I'm going to please a round of applause for her, please. Another one. Thank you. Thank you so much. Very powerful. I'm going to come back to you, but not yet. Now, ID Kabasa, you have nurtured so many talents, that have all gone global. What lessons from your experience in the music industry can entrepreneurs who are listening to you apply to building sustainable businesses? So what models worked for you that we can apply to today's entrepreneurs who are sat in the room?
Okay, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
And thanks to my pastor. By the way, this is my church. This is my home. So I'm actually now. So I think this would be probably the best.
Sorry, 1 second. Can we all hear him? I think the audio is a bit.
Okay, I think I should be clearer now. I think this should be probably the best platform for me to actually say some of these things, because a lot of times when people ask questions like this, I'm always reluctant to answer, because some people might see you as being religious, some people might see you as being patronizing and all of that. But I think the very first thing I would say is to recognize the seed when they don't look like it. I remember way back in Sule where our church used to be, and PYD will be talking about you can count the number of seed in an apple, but you cannot count the number of apple in a seed. Those things, they look cliche, and sometimes you just shout, wow, deep, and all of that word, and you just move on. Luckily for me, I was just about building whatever people know me to be now, coded twins in particular, and I thank God that I heard that then, because we all try to build systems, we try to build structures, we try to build a life that makes us successful, but not understanding the journey of greatness that is beyond you being successful. It's actually people finding expression in what you have created to also be successful. Because greatness itself has to do a lot with numbers. And the number, you cannot be the only number. So each time he speaks about seed, and in my head I'm like, okay, let me sow my talents. Probably at that point I didn't get it, because if I sow just my talent, I make good music and all of that, I will become very famous and very successful as a music producer. But right now I can tell you that my greatest reward with whatever I've done, to me, are not those songs that I created. They are more about the people that have come through whatever system that I created. There are scriptures that says that it gives seed to the sower and bread to the eater. I think, and I've said it severally, that I think he gave them the same thing. It's a function of their mindset. One will see it as a seed, the other might see it as bread. The one that sees it as seed will plant it, will look, because one seed of beans, let's say for instance, can become a forest, like a plantation. But another person will see one cup of beans, all he'll be thinking about will be
it's
food.
Bread.
You just do we're going with it. Look for bread or yam and just you eat it. So the ability to recognize it, and in most cases, they don't always look like it. They don't always look like it. So for every entrepreneur here or any business person here, you might need to see what every other person don't see. If you read Genesis 1, I'm unapologetic. I use the scripture a lot. I've read books, but the best book I've read in my life is still the Bible. If you use the Message translation, it said God created what is seen and all that you don't see. It's not that all you don't see are not yet, have not been created. They've been created, but most times people don't see. And in what you have not yet seen is in what has been seen. So you need to also have that insight by the power of the Holy Spirit to actually know that, okay, this guy can actually, Olamide for instance, I have been consistent with telling people that this boy has music in him that will last him for the next 50 years. And today, that is the strength that Olamide has built his brand on. For Nice, I heard something which is most times might look foolish. They say the foolishness of God is wiser than man. That thing is not foolishness. It is foolish to man because it is new to him. Most times, something that is new, that is going to work, people might see it as foolishness. You know, I was in Abuja and Pastor was sharing about David, when David was going to all of the names that they were calling David. And now imagine, just place yourself in the shoes of those brothers, that the person they said that is arrogant is now going to face a giant and was taking sling and stone. To them, to us, if it is today, it will be foolishness. So you need to also be able to recognize the foolishness of God. That is going to be the new norm. Also, you have to also have this, I call it sight of what is going to happen next. And I think Funke Bucknor spoke about it when she said you need to keep evolving. Most times we are too focused on what has worked. And unfortunately, what has worked can become a huge distraction to what will work. So there is a need, and like I said, I work with young people. I'm from a generation where there's a certain way we play music. If I stick to that, in fact, you will not die if you don't evolve. What will happen is you will fade. You'll be there, you'll be doing what you are doing, but nobody will notice. And you'll become angry. That is when you become Baba in the game, for those that understand. And all you keep doing is you will start explaining, you go explain.
No evidence.
So.
Thank you. A round of applause for Heidi Kabasa. Thank you. Now, Mr. Andrew, you are a serial entrepreneur. Now, you have experience across different industries. What common traits do you see in successful businesses that have been able to scale from, of course, small to great, that we can apply and learn from today?
I would say the first thing is solve real customer problems. You always want to think about problem solving in two ways. Are you building a multivitamin or are you building a painkiller? A multivitamin is good to have, but a painkiller, if you're having serious headache today, you won't care about any other thing than wanting to take that painkiller, right? But you can do without multivitamin. So I think that's the first thing. You always want to solve real customer problem. The other thing, I think the panelists here have said a lot about growth. I would say this, grow or die. First, it's very important for you to know that the first law of Newton doesn't work in business. There's no in between. Either you're moving fast or you're going backwards. You can't stay and think, oh, I'm okay like this, I would remain. You will never remain. You're literally going backwards. It's just a matter of time. So it's very important for you to know that it's either you're growing. Right now, for business owners here, just think through. It's November. This is the best time for you to take audit of everything that's happened this year. Did you really grow? In the startup world, a lot of times people say grow or die. They say it a lot. A few people here that are YC companies, they would always say it, right? It's either you're going 2% month on month, 10% month on month, right? But if you cannot measure your growth, that means you are actually not growing. It's very important for you to know this. I think the panelists that just finished, I think one of them mentioned something around numbers, right? You can't grow what you don't measure. So I think it's super important for you to measure. Because the moment you start measuring, the moment you start taking notes of everything you're doing in your business, that's when you would actually see that you're not growing, right? Like looking at it from the outside, you just think because people are hyping you, you're doing very well. But look into your numbers, then you would know whether you're actually growing or not. So I think, so like I said before, the first thing, solve real customers' problem. Always try to strive to build for painkillers, not multivitamin. Not good to have, but actual painkillers. The second thing is grow or die. There's no in-between in business. Always strive to want to grow a certain percentage month on month. It compounds down the line. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Mr. Andrew. Thank you. What are you building? Be asking yourself every single time as you continue to build. Now I'm back to you, Auntie Funke. You've talked about how, of course, you adapt to different generations, which has kept you, at the forefront of the industry. How exactly are you able to stay creative whilst being, whilst not trying to whilst trying to be profitable? So, you've told us these things, but can you give us practical steps and what helps you to stay creative such that you're able to adapt to these different generations?
Can you hear me? Okay, good. Sorry. Technology. Don't mind me. Technology is one of the ways to be creative. Okay, so creativity, innovation, these are words that we all hear and we all think they're really big words. But one thing is, what creativity and innovation is just, I always say, is taking, sometimes it could be different ways. One could be doing something totally different or disruptive. One could be taking something that already exists and making it a bit different or doing it in a different way. And so for us, what has helped us is that we've come to understand that every single person or every customer, sometimes they are different. And what every generation or what every customer needs at different times is not what you think. So you have to ask questions a lot. You have to make your team be people that are always thinking. If you notice, I talk about team a lot. It's because you need people around you to constantly help you, I would say, think and innovate. Because you cannot do it by yourself. That's number one. Number two, you need to look at things around you. Be inspired by what is around you, by what you see. What is happening? You go somewhere. For example, let me give you an example. When I started, I was saying take the stress off. All I wanted to do was to plan events that people will not be stressed. But then as the generation grew, they were looking for trends and experiences. At first, let me not lie, I was one of those people that said, for what? I beg they should leave us. That was just a few days, if you get. But later we realized that, you know what? To stay in this space, you must constantly innovate and constantly be creative. So we now said, how can we make these events we do creative? How can we create experiences? So it could have been, as the guest is coming in, how do you treat them? How are they welcomed? You know, you can welcome a guest in a normal way, but you can welcome them in a way that makes everybody feel special. There can be guest experiences. It could be that you're planning an event, the way the DJ sets up is always to the left, but you disrupt by bringing the DJ to the right. You've disrupted. Or you said the DJ should hang. Why can't the DJ hang? So you always have to ask yourself a lot of why. Who says it must always be this way? Oh, the bride will come in, then the groom will dance, then this will happen, then the father will do. No. Why can't you reverse it? Why can't you say, let us do this? Why can't the cake be suspended? Why can't the friends come? Always think of why can't it be changed? Who says it must always be this way? There's a lot of things about culture, a lot of things, really just about how things are done, but you can always change. So never be afraid to take risks. That's what creativity and innovation does. Creativity and innovation also allows you to, do you know that you may take a risk and it may fail? Or you may take a risk and it's not yet the right time. I remember years ago, I did an event. It was for brides. It was too early for that moment. It failed woefully. But now everybody's doing it. So don't ever think that your ideas are stupid or it may not work. Try it. It could be one person that will catch on. Look at all the trends. Look at everything that's happening in the events industry today. Hype men. Were they hype men before? They were not. But somebody just came up with an idea of let's just be shouting, hyping people, praising them. But guess what? Do you know that they were hype men before? Do you remember those people that used to praise the king? Yes. Were they not hype men? What have they now done? They made it modern. They are now hyping you. Hyping. Band is hyping. No one bad. They go, they hype. Our Sonny Adi Uncle used to do it. So what I'm just trying to say is that, and there's nothing new under the sun. So you think that somebody, you know what, you would say, oh, this has happened. You know what, how can we make it work? How can we change it? Those are some of the ways that we've been able to, make, what am I saying? Just be creative and, be, Always observe what is happening outside your environment as well. Exposure, education. We're all here, we're learning. This is a way to be creative. You go out of here, they said they told me that I must do this. As I'm going, I'm not going to the left, I'm going to the right. You have already begun to learn how to be creative. So always ensure that you take and learn everywhere you go. Learn, observe, become. Right? I talk about looking at your environment, see what they need, get ideas from different places. You know when I talked about exposure, you know why I spoke about exposure? It's not everybody that gets to travel all over the world. It's not everybody, but the internet has helped us to bring things closer. So there are places that you can search for things. Go on TikTok, go on Pinterest, go on Google, YouTube. Creativity is all around you. Innovation is all around us. And so that's some of the things that has helped us, Mojibade, because what it is that, I always tell my team that if a bride that used us when I was 25 years old, my friends now were the ones that used us when we were getting married. But now, it is their parents or it is the younger generation, 22-year-olds, 24-year-olds. How can they even relate to me? They call me auntie. I don't want them to even call me auntie. Do you know why? Because when you call somebody auntie, it means you cannot be, sometimes you feel you can't say your mind. They're doing something wrong, you can't tell them. So what I say is that I try and break the ice. So it's important to understand that every generation or everything you're going to be doing in your business, find out what your customers, what they need and what they want per time. It was innovation that made the milk products become smaller. It was innovation that made us go onto Zoom and do technology. I'm just trying to say that sometimes you are forced to innovate, but most of the time, don't try to be forced to innovate. Try and innovate yourself. I think that's it.
Thank you so much. I'm having a really good time. And as the moderator, I'm also learning and taking notes. Now I'm back to you, ID Kabasa. The music industry, and I like how these questions are also evolving because it's just going to piggyback off what FBO just said. I don't want to call Auntie forget so that I can say my mind. What FBO just said. The music industry is constantly evolving, with new trends and technology. How are you able to remain profitable, remain successful, whilst maintaining your core values as a Christian?
Okay, as a Christian, right?
As a child of God that you are.
There's a mic. There's a handheld mic. Okay.
Hello. She actually mentioned some of those things in terms of evolving and all of that. But I think one of the things that I will also mention is not to fall to the trap of limiting mindsets. Some of those limiting mindsets, let me use one of them. Yes, limiting mindset that can limit you. One of those mindsets is the mindset of I have arrived. It's almost like an African thing. Every time something is supposed to grow, we always have that arrival mentality that makes us to just want to enjoy whatever accolades comes with whatever we have done in the past. And no forever champion. No forever champion. I think I should use this mic. Okay, yeah, I think this one is better. That arrival mentality, it's a major limiting mindset and it's very hard to actually know that you have gotten to that point because people are still hailing you. That was why I said, if you don't evolve, they will still be greeting you. They will still be hailing you, but you won't know that the vibe has left you. Then there is other people's preference as your measure of what you want to do. You need to be careful that, especially to the younger ones, most times older people correct what they don't like, not what is wrong. So we need to pay attention to that. I've used this example severally that I had a traumatic experience growing up where we went for a wedding anniversary for one of my uncles. Then he drowned. Yeah, he drowned. And since then, I hated And even when I'm bathing, I'm always scared of water. So I had my own children now. They tell me they want to go to the swimming pool or they want to go to the beach. And in my head, I'm like, you cannot go there. It's not good. Unfortunately, I'm speaking from my alter ego, from where I'm coming from. And I'm telling them that water is not good, this is not good. And which is why I'm saying, especially as Christians, we need to be careful about these two words. The issue of secularism and carnality. God is not against secularity. God is against carnality. If you are able to distinguish between those two, you will. And in fact, Scripture says that the children, that the Berean Christian, when they teach them something, they go back to go and check. And in my head, I'm like, what are they checking with? They are checking Scriptures, and they're also smart guys that understand time and season. Time and season might not be in the prayer you are praying, but time and season will be explained when the Holy Spirit is telling you some things to do. But we also need to build capacity to understand when time and season comes. Unfortunately, majority of us, we believe so much in coincidence. You know, when some things happen to us, we just see them as coincidence, and we are like, for me, I think coincidence is even God doing miracle, and I think God is always trying to hide his involvement. So you don't say it's coincidence. Because if I look back now, there was a time that I was in South Africa, and they were talking to us about this piano sound that was coming in. A lot of things about it that I don't like. I don't like the noise that comes with the log drum. Then they were not singing. They were just talking. They were just, and in my head, I'm like, there's no melody in this thing. There's nothing. But over the years, I've also been trained, especially in church, about feedbacks, which is very sincerely, especially when you don't like what they are saying, you might not want to take it. So I remember I paid attention. I was struggling to flow into that particular season, but I remember coming back to Nigeria and I was talking to my guys, Olamide and Koda, look, there's this sound that is coming, that I heard these South African guys, the way they are even pushing, the way they pushed Amapiano, I knew it was going to be something big. But at the start of it, I didn't like it. It took them liking it to make me like it. I had to flow along the line. Then the part that is most dangerous is to learn what you already know. Is that one, I heard it from PYD many years ago, that the hardest things to learn are the things that you already know. You might not understand how powerful this language is until you start to see update about what you already know springing up, and is making what you already know useless and obsolete. So that part too, we need to pay attention. Technologies are improving by the day. I can use any music producer here. Okay, I can use every DAW. That is every software. As they are coming out, I have notification on. Till now, I still study softwares, and a lot of times I humble myself to sit down with some of these young guys. I will learn from them. I have some of them that are actually trained, the likes of Fuse and Co. I just sit him up, guy, come to the estate, let's play. I will do barbecue. We will sit down. They will start telling me some of those things might not even really for my, I'm coming from the 90s, when we do disco and all of those things. And they will be telling you to do the new vibe. I don't criticize those things. I just want to learn because I need to stay relevant in that business. Also, which is going to be the last one, you need to know when to evolve into another part of the business. Yes. When you are a footballer, there is a certain age you will play to that your body will tell you. If you play more than the time you are allotted, especially with age, they've been celebrating you, you'll be ridiculed. As a musician, probably over the years, you have done so much well for yourself, and new kids are coming to the block. I think there are several places that you can evolve to. You can evolve into mentoring. You can evolve into teaching them some of the experiences. You can evolve into having your own TV station. As a footballer, you can become a coach. You can become a sporting director. You can become so many. But you need to know when the time is ready for you to metamorphose. Size or whatever dying word is. We are doing something in church every Wednesday now where we are talking about metamorphosis. When you are supposed to leave the lava stage to move to the next stage, because your purpose is not really what you are doing. Your purpose is why you are doing what you are doing. So you need to know when to change what you are doing.
Why are you doing what you're doing, and do you know when to change what you're doing? It all speaks to growth mindset and being innovative. You know, FBO said it. Innovation sounds like a big word, but it's just doing things differently and setting yourself apart for excellence, and let people say, oh, that person is outstanding, that person is just extraordinary. Bring the extra to ordinary things that are happening. There is nothing new under the sun. Thank you so much. Thank you. And back to you, Mr. Andrew, and I'm going to ask you a question. But before I ask that question, we'll dedicate more time to audience question for this segment, because we're only able to take about 2 or 3 from the previous one, but we want this to be quite interactive. So if you have any questions, start to prepare them, and we'll take them very shortly as we start to wrap this up from this side of the stage. Now, my question to you, Mr. Andrew, is, given your experience with startups like Lenco or Gavenue, what role, right, do you think technology can play in building businesses that matter in today's industry? I'm sure people, and we want it to be as practical, because people here must have heard it over and again, that technology is an enabler for businesses across all industries. You can't leave it out. But how practical can we get, especially for entrepreneurs who are here today?
All right, thank you. I would try to give a couple of real life examples.
Perfect, thank you.
So first, technology would change all industries. Not can, would change all industries. And it's super important for us to accept that, know that, and know peace early. Thankfully, I'm a technical founder, so I've been slightly lucky to be on the other side of the table. But for the non-technical founders, I think this is something that everyone should take very seriously. So when we started our first company called Oga Venue, back then it's a venue and vendor booking platform. I think in 2015, back then when we launched, I think the innovation came too early. So we noticed that a lot of people would always want to visit a hall I think Madam Funke will know that very well. They want to visit the hall to get a sense of the capacity of the hall. What will the sitting pattern be and all. Then what we did at the time was we introduced 360-degree view of venues, meaning that you can sit in your house, view a venue, not just the picture. Then you basically just have like a walkthrough of the venue, like you are inside the venue, right? So what this did for us, this sort of increased our booking rate significantly by almost 40-45%. We noticed that venues that had 360-degree view were getting more bookings than venue that has just photos or even videos, right? That's one. Now that a lot of AI agents, I know a lot of people have heard AI, ChatGPT, and all of that. I think it's super important. I would still talk about the events industry a bit, around how technology is sort of shifting things, because I played in the sector for a while, almost 5 years. Now you would see where I can take a photo of this hall, then just plug in seats, pretty much map out everything about the hall in 3 minutes. Before now, planners and other people would typically have one person that would take out time, use card or other software to manually draw, put table settings, manually put like even vendor stands and all those sort of things. But with a simple AI agent right now, you can just take a photo of this hall, even get a sense of what capacity of speakers can make this hall, the sound of the hall come out well when the hall is in full capacity, half capacity. And what this automatically does, even for a business or a church, is it helps you cut down on your expense, right? Because if you know that if this hall is half capacity, you don't need to turn on all your generators, right? Automatically, you just need to use maybe a 20 kVA generator instead of your 50 kVA generator, and the hall will still run in full. So you're not making decision out of assumption. You're basically making decision based off data, and the software is basically helping you make decisions. So flipping that into other sectors. In the pharmaceutical sector now, you would see where there's a company in the US now that pretty much uses generative AI to predict diseases in humans just by basically taking some of your blood tissues, and just taking information about your family, history, health, and others, and they just basically tell you, oh, in 10, 15 years' time, you would have XYZ disease. So you should start treating or start living a good lifestyle to ensure that it reduces your potential or it reduces the probability of that happening. So I don't think there's any industry that technology cannot change. But I think what's super important is really accepting and quickly joining that bandwagon, which I think it's one thing that I think Heidi Kabasa mentioned earlier about people seeing changes, but until they see it happening, some people don't even want to accept it, right? Because you just feel, how possible is that? It is very possible, right? Even based off, I think there are a few companies doing this now, AI agents, based off just looking at what you're going to study, looking at your grades. They're able to tell you the probability of you being able to join, of you being able to get admission in an Ivy League school. This is you not even writing exam into the school at all, right? Pretty much predetermining what will happen 5-10 years time. It's technology, right? So I think it's super important in any sector you are in. How can you use technology to pretty much optimize your processes? That's one. How can you use technology to reduce your cost? That's two. How can you use technology to gain advantage? Imagine you using technology as an event person, using technology to reduce the cost of hiring someone else who would help you do your table mapping of your hall, right? That cost that you would typically have spent on the person, every time you have an event, you would have to pay that person. Just a $20, $15 AI agent would help you do this in 3 minutes, and you don't have to be chasing the person for the job, right? We all know fully well that some very skilled people would almost make you feel like they're helping you, meanwhile you're paying them, right? I think it's super important in any sector you are in, even those that are in food and beverage, right? You want to think about how do you use technology to reduce wastage. As an example, if you run a hotel, right, how can you use technology to reduce wastage, especially if you do buffet? You'd see a lot of hotels now, they will do buffet, maybe complimentary breakfast in the morning, then you see a lot of wastage in the food from the hotel, right? So are you able to predict room rental rates such that you're able to make just enough breakfast for the number of people that would be there, just to reduce wastage, right? From power to food wastage, there's no sector that technology cannot make significant change in. But I think what's super important for us is to actually even accept that change and quickly position yourself in a way that you can quickly gain advantage. There's first mover advantage in most industries. As much as, like I mentioned earlier, as much as even if you have a first mover advantage, you still need to innovate, you still need to consistently grow, but you also want to have that quick first mover advantage, then use technology to give yourself that sort of leverage that you would typically not get, right? I'm trying to really speak into different sectors now, right? So think about the oil and gas sector. So I don't know how many people are in oil and gas here. So for those that have depot, as an example, depots are like this big storage for petroleum products. So there's something, there were, a few years ago before we launched Lenco, we built a depot management software, and the goal was simple, to optimize and to basically reduce loss of evaporation of product in the depot. So we all know petroleum products mostly evaporate, right? So the key question would now be, how were we able to do that? You are able to just put a simple embedded tool inside the tank, then you measure temperature. So when you measure temperature, that basically just helps tell the employees of the depot when to basically spray water on the tanks to reduce the heat on the tanks, thereby reducing evaporation of the product. Easily, this would significantly cut down the cost loss, because imagine you bring in 10,000 metric tons, which is about 11 million liters of, say, petroleum product, and you're losing 1 million liters to evaporation. If you are able to help this business, you go to them, you tell them, I'm able to help you reduce that loss to 100,000 liters, thereby you saving 900,000 liters, which is basically increasing your margin as a business owner. that's a business for you to run, right? So I think it's super important for all of us here to start looking into like, how are we able to use technology to pretty much not only disrupt the industry we're in, to optimize the industries and increase margins for both the business owner and even yourself. Because the moment a planner starts to use AI to do the setup for their all, to predetermine a lot of things, that cuts down the cost they would pay manpower, right? And also that speeds up delivery time for most of their projects. So I think these are just a few sectors, but I think I can go on and on. But I think even down to marketing as well, right? How are you able to use technology right now to predict from SEO, to predict pretty much top searches of users for specific keywords? How are you able to predict those keywords and optimize your content towards those keywords? All right, thank you very much.
Whoa, thank you so much. You can tell that he was definitely passionate about what he was talking about. Thank you for sharing, and of course citing examples across different industries, because some people might be here and think, how exactly will technology benefit me? I'm in so and so industry, and it definitely isn't applicable. We just want to let you know that across all industries, technology is an enabler, and you should not be left behind that train. Thank you. Now, a final question across my three panelists, then we'll come to the audience very quickly. What advice, and I'll start with FBO, what advice will you give to your younger self if you look back at your journey, which of course is still evolving? What advice will you give your younger self? Same question would apply to ID Kabasa and Mr. Andrew.
Thank you. Okay, I'll use this one. Thank you so much. Okay, to my younger self, I would first of all say, to thyself be true. So let me tell you why I'm saying this. Understand that authenticity makes a huge difference in you doing anything. You have to be authentic. And I'm saying this is to my younger self, and I'm telling myself because growing up, I was always told I had too much energy. I was told I was too hyper, and I was told I was too much. Guess what? Being older now, I'm realizing that it was okay. So, and that's kind of one of the things I also tell my children, because I see some elements of myself in them. And I said to them, you can be okay. You're going to be fine. Don't panic. So, being authentic, being you, recognizing that things will be okay. It's going to be okay. I studied law. I'm an event producer. I'm an event entrepreneur. I'm a global speaker. All different expressions. If they had asked me when I was younger, I would have said it's not possible. Because I just like to be dancing all over the place. And I still dance, right? And dancing has not changed, right? But just knowing that it's going to be okay. Be yourself. There's power in you being yourself. Being yourself, meaning that recognizing the strengths that you have. You are different. You are not like everybody else. God created each and every one of us special and different. So nobody can do. There are some things that only you can do. Recognize that. So I would tell that to myself. And I also say that good things take time. It takes time. Little steps, small steps will build a huge and big ocean. And then, of course, I think about talking about personality. I think personality was important for me because growing up, if I go from here, they'll say, she's all over the place. Sit down. They will punish me. Seniors will punish me in secondary school. I don't know if my seniors are here. They were always punishing me that I was too hyper. But I'm still hyper. So, yeah. Thank you.
And the interesting thing is you're inspiring people with your energy. I mean, have you ever experienced her energy on a personal level? It is so contagious, and it just makes you wonder, how can somebody be this happy? And you just ask, I mean, the world is not that deep. Just be happy. Thank you so much for being your authentic self. Thank you. Heidi Kabasa, advice to your younger self.
Okay, I think I'm still going towards a line. I would say it's okay to be misunderstood. Very okay. Because I also had similar sort of background where there were stuff that I was told when I was young. In fact, I was the one that was not in the choir in the earlier stage because they said I can't sing. And me, I could hear myself that I know how to sing, that I know music. And I was also a bit stubborn. So I'm being careful now. As I'm saying this to my younger self, I'm also being careful with my kids, with some of their choices. Like I said, parents look out for what they don't really like, not what is wrong. If I give you a practical example, I didn't know I was a creative person growing up, but I just know that I don't want to do it the way everybody is doing it. If you see everybody go like this, I want to go this way. My first admission into the university was to study medicine. I left to study economics without telling my parents. And I remember what my mom said when they found out. It was, I don't want to go back there, but today, both of them are glad that I'm Heidi Kabasa rather than, So the second one will be, the second one that I would say is also understand when you are making mistakes versus when it becomes an habit. Mistakes are good, especially for us creative people. You have taken a step, that's why you are mistaken. You understand? But you need to know when it becomes a pattern, an habit. You need to know when to. Also, understand that freedom without borders will eventually become a vice. All this, this thing that we teach about freedom. I wanted to be free. The first time they sent me to the university, I wanted to do everything, and I made some crazy mistakes. One of them, I can share it now. I joined the cult because I wanted to be free. But your freedom is actually your ability to choose what you are enslaved to. If I had been lucky enough to have been enslaved to Christ, then when I entered school, I'm sure I would not have joined cult. Then the last one would be to also answer a question that somebody asked there. God did not create you to live a perfect life.
Yes.
As a creative person, most times we strive for perfection.
Yes.
But perfection should not be your goal. Excellence is your goal. Perfection actually will lead you to a place of discouragement. Let me quickly explain this. When you have, I've been there, so I've been delivered, you will fight everybody around you. And this is the reason. The idea in your head is what you want to birth. So you will have control. And unfortunately, you cannot grow when you have too much control.
Yes.
You are not ready to let people, tell you that let us do it this way, let us do it that way. Then you will fight even yourself. Especially when you are done creating that perfect thing. Somebody now does something that is a little bit better. You will get angry. In fact, I was studying Yoruba mythology, and I found out that most of those guys that they said turn to water and all of those things, they committed suicide because people did better than what they did. People did Adam Smith. So somebody came up and challenged his very perfect economics principle, and the man had depression and all of that. So to stay healthy as a creative person, you need to understand that excellence is what is good for now that can be better. Which means that it has an expiry date. There's room for it to be better. But if it is perfection that you are looking for, my dear brother and sister, I pray God will not make it to rig.
Thank you so much. God deliver us all from the spirit of perfection, perfection, perfection. Yes, we should strive for perfection, but in it, be excellent. Be excellent. Excellence is the watchword, excellence. Thank you so much. And finally, Mr. Andrew, advice to your younger self.
A couple of things I would tell my younger self. I think the first would be dream bigger. A lot of times, we are limited by where we grow up, our environment, and we just feel like, okay, if I can just do this, I'm fine, like I'm made. there are bigger things out there, and I think it's super important for us to dream bigger. And that's why, like, now with technology, you're able to see. So you shouldn't just restrict yourself based off where you are. It's super important. Like, just dreaming bigger would really, it even brings humility to you, right? At that time where you feel like, oh, you are there. Just because you know that where you're trying to get to, there's more, then automatically humility just sets in, right? Like, you know that you've not even gotten there, because you know that whatever you think you have now, there are people that have gone 10, 20 times farther than you, right? And they're still striving. I think that's one thing I'll tell my younger self. And I think another reason why it's super important for you to also always dream bigger is, truth is, as an entrepreneur, you would always face challenges. You would have sleepless nights. You would struggle. Sometimes you would struggle to make payroll. Then the question is, why not just do it for a bigger cause, right? Like, whether you're trying to solve a small problem or a big problem, you will still suffer. You will still struggle. You will still face the pain. Why not just try to aim for something bigger then, right? Like, the pain is the pain, right? Like, why not just try to strive for something bigger? Another thing I would tell my younger self, which I think I would never, as an entrepreneur, I would never make that mistake again, is never compromise on good hires. When you hire people, you want to hire people that are better than you. The moment you start to compromise on people that work with you, right? Like, that moment, your quality starts to drop. It compounds. Like I said earlier, everything compounds, from your finances to how you hire people to how you measure growth. It all compounds. Once you hire a B player, like people, I have a few people from Lenko here, and I always say this: we only try to hire A players. Yes, some of them might be very expensive. Yes, some of them might not actually be expensive, like Id Kabasa said. Quickly identifying them early, right? Haven't we all figured out that in some corporate environments, right, the people that actually do the work, some of them are not necessarily the top guys. So the question is, why not go for those guys? Not necessarily you looking for the big name, right? So for me, I would never, we've made that mistake before. It just takes you down. You just keep going downwards, right? So never, ever compromise on quality hires, because it tells a lot about, like, your business, tells a lot about how fast your company can grow, and it also even impacts into your company culture, right? Because one person that is super smart will likely know another person that is smart. Because you would know, a lot of people see it as pride, but you see people that are really smart, they always want to guard that their community of, like, anyone that is around them, right? So you want to key in and try to get that one person, they are able to introduce you to the next person, and just have those kind of people work with you. The last thing I would say is build global first. Unfortunately, I think I've made a mistake as well, but in insight now, I think whatever I do today, I would always want to build global first. And this is what that does. It reduces concentration risk. I'm speaking some business terms here. So concentration risk comes down to what's your level of exposure in a certain market? What's your level of exposure to a certain client? What's your level of exposure to a certain currency? Right? I don't want to overdwell on the currency side of things, but building global sort of like ensures that you don't get, there's always a balance, right? So as an example, I would like to give a real life scenario here, right? So imagine you're a business owner. Before the currency devaluation, you've pretty much built a process around how you're exporting. Maybe you have a shop on Amazon and you're selling all your Adire fabrics or something on Amazon and you're earning in dollars. Do you think the currency devaluation right now will be an advantage or a disadvantage to you? Obviously, to be an advantage, right? So it's the same thing for any business at all, right? So, and technology helps you to reach that level of international audience, that level of global audience that sort of like puts you in that stage where you can build global from your small house in Bagada. And nobody really cares, right? As long as the quality of a product is good, whether it's software or a physical product, as long as the quality is good, you deliver on time, you have super good customer service, nobody really cares where it's coming from. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you. Thank you very much. I thought we'd have more time for questions, but we can only take two. So first two hands, yes, one here, and the gentleman in glasses. Yes, here. So please come. Where's the roving mic? Okay. All right, so very quickly, straight to your name and straight to your question. Okay, can you just come forward right here? Yes, and then the gentleman also. Yes, please. Yes, yes.
Thank you. Okay, my name is Joy, and I'm a ghostwriter. I've worked with over 200 authors. And there's this thing that I've found consistent that I would like to ask the panel, which is there is always this point where you fail when the chips are down. So how do you cross from that area? Because it's always a defining moment, and you're like, you either go or you stay. So what are the approaches? How do you get across from this point to the next phase, right, without losing discouragement? Thank you.
Okay, how do you move past failure, pretty much? Okay, I think Heidi Kabasa wants to take that.
Okay, let me first say this. Being discouraged is not a problem. We all still get discouraged. Damola, before coming to this stage, I am sure there's a level of fear that it carries. There are many times that you will actually get to the end of the road. Most of the times, from my own experience, you are close to getting it right. The goal has never, in fact, it is, okay, I was here last week or 2 weeks ago, and I was explaining how I teach people how to play piano. This was actually me and my 7-year-old son having a conversation, and he said, "Dad, teach me how to play piano." And I was playing some things. Asha was shouting, "This is nice, this is nice, this is nice." But I realized he was not learning anything. So I have Feyi came to my house again that I should teach him. I played the same thing, but Feyi was adamant that, "Kabasa, show me this thing now. Teach me how to play it." I found out that I was rushing to play, so Feyi could not learn. Now breaking it down for Feyi to learn, that okay, you take this note, take that note, then I started putting some speed. Feyi was able to actually learn it. Some of the times that we get to that point, I don't quit most of the time. There are times that I quit, especially when I know I'm not called to do that thing. That one I fight. But if it is something I am called, that I am convinced that God has told me to do, at that point, I look back, which is where you might probably need experience. That what are the things that I've been doing around this thing that is not making it work? Like PYD will say, that you cannot keep doing. You might have seen that statement, but it was for me that I heard it, that you cannot keep doing the same thing and expect a different result. Check your processes, check some of the ways that you have been writing. Some of the ways you have been writing might not even be wrong, but it might just be that you are writing the same way everybody is writing, which is not giving you that edge. And just to contribute to what he was saying the other time too, it's not everybody that is going to use technology. Some people have to create the technology. Some of us have to create it, and that goes for a writer too. I write music, so there are times that I write music for a long time. I just discovered that people are not really vibing to it. And those music are consistent with what people are listening to at that particular moment. Most times what I do is, I want to look forward to what they are going to feel next. And it's more like thinking to the future. You understand? You are teleporting yourself to the future. When you are discouraged, is almost like the best time. Probably in that discouragement, you can find lesson. I learned something. How many of us have seen The Big Fat Lie? The movie The Big Fat Lie. One of the lessons I learned from that movie was that this guy was a liar. They started with showing him lying and all of that. And over the years, do you know the way we define them, that this one is a liar? Then he was talking to his father that, okay, they suspended me from school because I didn't do this. And the father said, "What did they tell you to do?" He said they told him to write a movie script. And the father was looking at him that, "You are a liar by nature. Then why are you finding it hard to write?" So there are stories around what you are going through that might even make that thing, that book that you are writing or whatever you are writing, more interesting. Sincerely. And the boy wrote A Big Fat Liar, more like telling his own story, and that thing became huge. So sometimes in that particular period that you are discouraged, probably there is a lesson to learn. You understand? And sometimes you just have to take a reset back. Even when you plant and you reap, there are times they do, I don't know if I'm going to get the word correct, this fallowing that they do to the soil. Sometimes you just leave the soil, you understand, to mature. Then you get back to it to start. So when you are in that period, learn your lessons, then try to do it in a unique way that people have not done it before.
Thank you so much. All right, can we have your question, sir?
And everyone, my question is directed to Eddie Kabasa. Okay, my question is, what advice do you give someone who is trying to start up a music management business, if I won't put it that way? Because I know apart from being a seasoned producer, you also have achievements in handling artists and everything. So what advice would you give if you want to give somebody who is starting a music management business?
Okay, if you want to start a music label, the first thing I would tell you to go and do is to go and learn. Two things: learn the music business and the business of music. There are two different things. There is the one that takes care of you making music. Then there is the one that exploits the music. Friends to lawyers. She's one of them. You have to be friends to lawyers because the music industry is not run by producers or artists. It is actually run by lawyers. Because at the end of the day, you are going to be fighting a lot of copyright laws and all of those things. Then, to join with what you said the other time, that Nigerians like to create to sell, right? In the music business, you are not going to be selling your music. You are going to be fighting to own. Because at the end of the day, most people are starting these labels from the part of, I just want to make money. I was talking to Pastor the other time there that if you are going to sign a contract with a label, let me tell you this trick. You get into a room, and when you enter the room, you see on the table like $500,000 on the table. Any contract I give you, you will sign without thinking. Sincerely, you will sign without thinking because your focus will leave Siki first. The kingdom. You will seek the dollar. And everything I start to tell you, like you were rightly saying here, that I am going to take your catalog from you, I'm going to take this from you, you will not hear. The only thing you will be looking at, and I don't blame you, even Jesus Christ caused the fig tree when he was hungry. Because hunger can make you to, hunger can make you to start to think, irrationally sometimes. So, but you need to understand that you need to learn that business. You need to know how that business works. Beyond all those passages that you see that people are making money, there is so much more to learn before getting into it. And secondly, this one, you have to become a street smart person. One of the reasons why I love Coach Nancy a lot is Coach Nancy is street smart. She are in a record label right now, Abi, and we talk a lot. I know you are a Christian. Go back and read Luke 16. Go and read Luke 16, then you understand street smart. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Unfortunately, we won't be able to take any more questions, but I'm so honored to have been able to steer this very power-packed conversation with my very distinguished panelists. One more time, please give them a resounding round of applause. Thank you. Again, I'd like to invite Pastors Yemi and Bimbo David to please join for a group photograph, not for questions, for a group photograph as we wrap this session up. Thank you very much. If you're in the room, we still have another raffle draw, and this time the prize is even bigger. It's bigger, and so don't go anywhere yet. We will do that, and we'll soon raffle to allow you to go to the exhibition area. right, thank you very much. As they return to their seats, please give them a resounding applause. Let them know that this was truly impactful and you're blessed to have been able to learn from these giants and powerhouses. Okay, can I have the bag? Thank you.
Okay, you will love this one. Oh yeah, my Jesus. Oh yeah, my Jesus. Oh yeah, my Jesus. Only you feel right now. Come on. 1, 2, everybody sing. Everybody love come on,
will go home with something special. I won't tell you the prize, but before then, I mean, as you can tell, Damola has had to excuse us, but I now have a new co-host, Shefumi, but he has some announcements for us, and I'll hand over the microphone to him. Oh, well, he has it already.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Now, if you've had a great time so far, can you put your hands together